as Mamangaya blinks forward, gets a triple kill, and KSH does not have that stone gate. Sure has that Monta style, but the axe coming in wasn't in time. The reactive armor did go off there, and Mamangaya once again on towards the axe. Should be careful, taking quite a bit of damage from the Medusa, but again has that blink out. And right now they are just playing with the Medusa here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let chaos reign.
Skill day. Tried to go for that observer ward, but is going to get caught out. 30,000 net worth advantage.
Dire are scanning.
Among Dire trying to spot anyone out, but it's not going to happen yet for them. But all Costawake need to do is take another lane of racks. I mean, sure, against a Medusa, the Mega Creeps aren't the most useful. Roshan is alive in that top pit, and they're just going to wait for this one. Will be able to pick themselves up the Aegis and the Roshan banner too.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Let's see. It will be the last hurrah for YG. Zoran is going to end up getting bursted down. There is the Dawnbreaker. There is their sliver of hope being taken away. As YG forced to contend 4v5. The Dawnbreaker does not even have a buyback. Is 100 gold away from it. And actually neither does anyone from YG apart from the Crystal Maiden. So that means one lost team fight and it's all over. At least for this game. We have at the very least another game to play if Castawake win. DCMG taking a lot of damage. Does have the reactive armor though, so he's just holding it for now. Meanwhile, backlines, Mamangaya is there. And where is the Swen here? DCMG has already lost his life. The Zoran did use that buyback. You have lost your Kunkka, and towards that backline, KSH is going to lose his life. Just a few more swipes. Skill lay, meanwhile, backline found himself a double kill. YG are going to buy back in force, but I'm not sure this is going to be enough. KSH being able to hold his ground, maybe able to actually take Krish down. But Krish is just able to turn it around on towards that Medusa. Meanwhile, DCMG did come in with a buyback of his own. Is going to go in on towards the Medusa, and with KSH the only one alive, every one of them having used their buybacks, it is a full team wipe, and 37 minutes in, Costawake take game number 2. Of course, the series is currently 1-1 right now, guys, between both of these sides. 18 and 51 is certainly a dominating score, but YG had too many problems with the way that they played this game. That was just not being able to support their Medusa, and picking a support axe, it's a dubious decision. I don't exactly like the mid Kunkka against the Queen of Pain, as it suffers later on, and just the fact that they weren't able to predict the Swen coming in. I mean, I was screaming Swen from the third pick, right? For both of these sides, it was a great pick. But they didn't even go for the ban on the Swen, and you can't have lackluster drafting plus lackluster game, right, through the laning phase. You can't just have a mediocre performance throughout the start of a game and expect to come out ahead. But YG should look to play more like they did in game number 1, as they found a lot of success there. At the end, though, it is going to be 1-1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the decider of the series right after a short break.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights I know. I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city. tiene la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que de ti I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you bad, but you bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run myself far from a lot of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like. Feel like. Feel like this. Feel like. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like. Feel like this. Feel like. Feel like. this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we leave for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away. Let's run away, run I see the constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we leave for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we
Hey guys, welcome back to the final game in this best of 3 series between Costawake and
10 seconds
Yangon
remaining.
Galacticos. YG played a
5
phenomenal
seconds remaining.
first game, but then quickly lost to Costawake in the second one, both times happening because of the Swen for both of these teams in both game number 1 and 2. But now we of course have game 3 where Yangon Galacticos picked themselves up a first pick mid Queen of Pain. Meanwhile, Costawake go for that first pick Doom in that off lane. Now I don't exactly think that Swen will make it out of this game. But you know, Costawake have a Doom to counter out the Queen of Pain with. Of course, we will see where this Doom exactly goes based on the other picks. Don't know where,
5 seconds remaining.
don't know how exactly.
Dire team pick.
Ooh. Castaway going for that Ancient Apparition, and the AA is a hero that does very well against the Queen of Pain, particularly as when you get hit by the Ice Blast, the Queen of Pain facet,
10 seconds
particularly
remaining.
the I believe it's the Masochist facet,
5 seconds
right, where
remaining.
you are taking your own spell damage, so then you won't lifesteal from the Dagon build, and the AA with the AA Ice Blast you're going to be taking a whole lot more damage, right, because you're not regenerating either. For the Queen of Pain, face up against the Doom and the Ancient Apparition, it's not going to be an easy game by any measure. Let's
Dire
see though.
team pick.
Oh, Yangon Galactico is going to go for a Clockwork, probably against that Ancient Apparition. You can hookshot towards the backline, grab the Ancient Apparition, and often at times the Clockwork is very good at dealing with these kinds of supports, so might be able to
10
find
seconds
himself a
remaining.
neat little solo kill on the
5
AA if he's
seconds
lucky. And of course, if he's unlucky, he probably won't be able to find anything. But Yangon Galactico, so far, they haven't shown the bravado. They haven't shown what kind of strategy they will be going for. And that will require a few more picks to come out.
Radiant team pick.
Ooh, Yangon Galactico is going to go for a Shadow Shaman.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Costawake once again, or rather not once again, for the first time going to go for that Rubik. Previously we have seen Skill Lay play this hero, but now it's time to see what Costawake themselves can be able to do with this.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Dragon Knight.
And once again going for a Dragon Knight. So overall very well-rounded lineup coming out from Costawake. Meanwhile, for Yangon Galacticos,
10 seconds remaining.
don't exactly have a lot of,
5
I
seconds
don't know, they
remaining.
kind of have very squishy heroes right now, particularly against the lineup of Costawake, where you have that Dragon Knight and as well as that Doom.
Dire team banned. Radiant team banned.
And I hear a Medusa as well being picked up for Yangon Galacticos. That is the tankiness that they were hoping for. Now, the problem is this is what they picked themselves last time on KSH. And they just simply left KSH alone to fend for himself very early on in that laning phase. I believe it was around the 6-minute mark where they just simply abandoned the Medusa, left the Gorgon to her own devices, and even in later parts of the game they did not teleport in to help their Medusa, even in times where there were pickoffs being made or ganks being attempted on the Medusa. They were not interested in defending. They were not interested in providing any kind of backup, which was very surprising. Let's see if this will be different. But one thing is for sure, Medusa is actually a great pick in this game because you are faced up against the Doom, and secondly you are faced up against the Ancient Apparition. So Medusa does very well against both of those heroes. There isn't a natural diffusal blade builder either on Castawake. The Dragon Knight doesn't like to make that item either, so he might be going for a Maze Slayer, but certainly not a diffusal blade, and so that leaves limited options for Castawake. I wonder if we'll see a Phantom Lancer though, is the thing. Now the Queen of Pain does do well against the Phantom Lancer, but Castaway can go for that one. We did see it played recently, so I'm suggesting it because there is a bit of recent evidence that Phantom Lancer is still a great hero to play with in very specific circumstances. And I believe the specific circumstances was when Fear and Jenkins were talking about the last pick PL against single target heroes. Now right now Yangon Galacticos, that they have quite a lot of single target. The Clockwork, Shadow Demon, Medusa, all single target. Unfortunately the Bristleback and Queen of Pain are AoE damage heroes, so if Castaway go for the PL it won't be as good. Meanwhile you still do have the Swen as well. Again, not great against the Bristleback or the Queen of Pain. But with the Terrorblade being banned out, what are they going to go for? They are going to go for a Sniper, someone that can build up the Diffusal Blade, and someone that does do pretty well. Meanwhile, they are going to have the Dragon Knight as the carry and Mamang Daya on the Sniper against Young PH on the Queen of Pain. Now the problem is for this Sniper is that Yangon Galacticos, you do have a Clockwork and a Queen of Pain. Both of those heroes can enter the back line, and once Shadow Shaman has a Blink Dagger, Yangon Galacticos can make a move towards taking that Sniper down. Let's see. Castaway versus Yangon Galacticos. This is the final series, so whoever wins will be the winner of the series. Whoever loses will obviously, of course, lose. Don't know where I was going with that one, but it's make or break this time around. We don't exactly know what kind of strategy Castaway will be playing with, because they are against a 4 protect 1 strategy, right? So you want to take down the Medusa, but there are several ways you can go about it, because they possess the Doom, because they possess the Sniper as well. One is you just farm up on your own heroes, take it to the late game, because they have pretty significant, like they have really good heroes for the late game as well. The Dragon Knight, Doom, Sniper, all heroes that scale really well into the late game. And it's not a situation where the late game is going to be very easily won by a Medusa, which is, in a lot of cases, that's true, but not this one. The other strategy is, of course, just taking down the Queen of Pain and the Bristleback, shut down the mid lane and the off lane for YG and push through that while ignoring the Medusa farming, because again, late game, don't have to worry about it as much as you would in a typical late game scenario against Medusa. And then of course you have the third strategy, which is just to overwhelm the Medusa from the get-go, focus your pick-off attempt on the Medusa himself, which will give a lot of space to Young PH and Zoran. So Young PH will be able to get pick-offs of his own, and the Bristleback will be able to find kills of his own. Meanwhile, oh, I completely missed that. I apologize for that, guys. I got the first blood for the first 2 games, so there is that. But first blood being found by Yangon Galacticos. In contrast to the previous game, previously, I do believe it was Castaway who found the first blood there.
The battle begins.
Castaway going for...
That was perfect.
In strength is victory.
Now, talking about this mid lane, it is Mamang Daya versus Young PH. Sniper versus Queen of Pain. That is a matchup that is kind of skill based, but if you're the Queen of Pain, you really don't want to be playing against a sniper. Queen of Pain is a tempo pick, and what that means is you want to ideally zone out the opposing side's mid laner. You want to dominate control over the bottle, or rather over the water runes. You want to dominate control over the power rune, and you want to be dictating who gets jumped on in that first rotation. You want to be dictating where that sonic wave gets used, whether it's on the opposing side's mid laner, on the sniper himself, whether the Queen of Pain wants to go towards, say, the safe lane, take down the carry, or towards the off lane to take down the Doom. Right? That is what tempo build up means for a mid laner, but doesn't do all that well against a sniper who quite simply just trades really well with the Queen of Pain. You don't have the option of maxing out your Shadow Strike, so the sniper is going to be more than happy or just simply content at taking Young PH down. Towards this top side, it is going to be an off lane Doom with a Rubik against the Medusa and the Clockwork. And again, Rubik needs to be a bit careful, right? Because Lun does have those cogs. Right now, he has that battery assault on towards DCMG, but he's going to take a bit of damage for it too. Now, DCMG used the Infernal Blade there, and look at Lun's HP. So this Clockwork can't exactly make that kind of aggressive play on the Doom when the Doom hits this level 2. You cannot go for that kind of play against the Scorched Earth. You will end up losing your life, and that's why I think that perhaps even KSH will be in trouble as the levels stack up for the side of Castaway. Lone, meanwhile, has his level 2, has his cogs too, so we'll be able to trap them, but unfortunately, he was in trouble. That is the damage coming out from the Scorched Earth. It is nothing to scoff at, and is something that
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
YG need to realize is very strong in the early game. They cannot make that kind of aggressive maneuver towards that bot lane. This is the lane where YG can be aggressive should they want to. They do have someone that can shackle the AA down, and then Zoran can just dish those hits. This is a great lane to be playing aggressive in. as compared to the top side. Now, I do expect the Clockwork to actually teleport through the gate and try to get more kills or make more things happen towards that boss side. Meanwhile, towards that top lane, Lun with the battery assault on DCMG is going to lead to a bit of harass, but not exactly too much being found there. Let's see. Still not too much to be had. This time around, YG are able to get some farm on the Medusa from the get-go. Last time around, they had only 6 CS in that early game, but now they have around 19 CS going into it. Zoran probably won't get frostbitten, but Krish is one of the heroes that does pretty well against the Bristleback. Dragon Knight can't get zoned out all that well. Holding that thought towards that top side. There is going to be a trade had. Loon will fall, but KSH will get that kill. And it's looking like it's going okay for both of these lanes. Surprising that it's the top side that is having all of these issues. Meanwhile, towards that boss side, YG Zoran is very low here. Krish and the Ancient Apparition have done an amazing job at actually zoning everyone out, and not too sure how they're able to do this. Skill Lay isn't able to create that opening against the Ancient Apparition that he wants, and that's essentially causing a bit of trouble. Of course, things will change once you do have that Vanguard up for Zoran, and Bombay coming in for a very aggressive Observer Ward. Oh, this time around Zoran does eventually end up falling. Mamangaya on towards that Queen of Pain. He wants to be forcing that TP out, but there is Skill Lay coming in with an aggressive shackle. Mamangaya did not see that one coming and will end up losing his life. So for YG, they might have been trading on that top lane, may have lost that bot lane, but they did win out on that mid lane. Queen of Pain doesn't have the ultimate up quite just yet, but very close to it, or rather around half. Requires half of the experience still. Bot side. Again, a bit of damage. And with the 6-minute rune approaching, Lun is there towards that top side, will be stealing the rune away from both of the mid laners. Of course, I believe Mamangdaya with his attack range would have been able to deny it, so fair play by YG coming out. Unfortunate that Queen of Pain wasn't ready to take that power rune. And now towards this bot lane, the Ancient Apparition is nowhere to be found, so Krish can be in danger very quickly. You are playing with the Snot Rocket, so interesting. He's not maxing out the Vicious Nasal Goo, even though he did go for the Snot Rocket facet. Topside, KSH again. He is left alone here. Lun has decided to go towards that mid side, and DCMG has the mana burn. So slowly but surely, he can use this around 8 times without running out of mana. How much mana does he burn anyway? 20 plus 2.5 times the intelligence of... So 75. So around 100 mana will be burnt every single time. So he can use it... he can use it 8 times, and Medusa only has 700 mana. So literally can burn through all of Medusa's mana if he chooses to. Top lane again. Lone going for a very aggressive maneuver. The root from Medusa isn't going to come in, and that means DCMG will be able to clean that clockwork up. I don't know why YG are playing like this, but Skill Lay coming in with that shackle will at least mean a trade. KSH will be the one to pick that one up, and I don't know what the fascination is with Lun wanting to get them inside of the cogs there. They can't get the kill against that Scorched Earth. The Doom will win that fight every single time, as Zoran falls for a second time there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Queen of Pain teleporting towards that top side. You have that Sonic Wave, throwing it out onto towards DCMG as a Doom use his ultimate on towards KSS, trying to find a cheeky little solo kill. This time around, YG were able to provide support to their mid laner. And now towards the mid side, it's on towards Mamang Daya. Young PH is there as well. Skillay finds the Hex, but unfortunately, Mamang Daya is able to hold his ground thanks to Bombay, and may just find the assassinate on towards Lon. Oh, Clockwork lives barely at just 10 HP. As that's going to be the end of that rotation, but overall that does favor YG a little bit, because Queen of Pain, you know, Doom was used, Young PH came in, found the kill there on towards the Doom, so now there won't be this spell for about a minute while Medusa is just free to farm, and that should help him out significantly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skill Lay. This time around, his rotation, even though this has been pretty good in game number 1 and 2, it's not been as effective. And now Zoran will fall for a third time. Krish is going to be pretty strong. He may not have as many lost hits as the Medusa, but he has quite a lot of net worth thanks to those skills. And this is going to come back to haunt YG later on. Towards that top side, YG again bringing in the teleports. DCMG, he may not actually see this, as he's going to get hit by one nasal goo. They're making two nasal goos as Lone is closing in with that battery assault, but DCMG was able to make it out to safety. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain towards that mid side will find a solo kill on Mamang Daya. Will lose the streak there, but the objective earlier on is to be able to get experience at the end of it, and he will win out on that regard. Not by much, but it is still at the end somewhat significant. Dragon Knight, he's going to throw out a Dragon Tail onto Zoran, but the Ice Blast is going to come in, hit 2, and there's Bombi from the side as well. YG are going to collapse here, and they're going to lose 2 heroes. Even the Serpent Ward was expended for that one. Castaway may lose his life, but it's still worth it at the end of the day. Bombi is also going to end up dying. So YG did a great job at evening it out, but unfortunately they this time lost their Medusa towards a solo DCMG. This time around, the Doom did come in handy. Despite of it being not a great spell against the Medusa, still, if you're able to catch the Medusa early on, you're going to be able to take the Medusa down early on too.
I'll take that. I gambled. You lost.
Young PH. well on his way towards making that blade mill. And the best thing about the blade mill against Mamang Daya is that you can just blink in, activate the blade mill, and sniper can't exactly hit you back. Lun,
Radiant
does he want to be going in on towards the Rubik here?
Radiant's
It's
bottom
waiting for his
tower
support.
is under
Skill
attack.
Lay and Young PH will be joining Lun shortly. But it's Mamang Daya who's the big target. They want to take down the sniper, but they're going to start it off on towards Bombi for now. Young PH does have that ultimate, will throw out that Sonic Wave. Of course, the Assassinate, it was coming, but Mamang Daya decided not to channel it further. Top side, Skill Lay pushing, does have the small Serpent Ward, so probably going to drop it now.
Top tower
Or rather, massive Serpent Wards. I forget because this tooltip doesn't say it, but the facet does. 600 damage per hit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Obviously not as much on a
Radiant's
tower.
is under attack.
I wonder how much damage penalty to... Let's see now. 778 to 674, so around 104 damage.
The fire spreads.
Krish. On towards Zoran now. Has the Frost Dragon, so it's nearly impossible to get away against the Frost Dragon, and Zoran is really not having a great game this time around.
Top tower is under attack.
Died about 4 to 5 times. I think, yeah, he's died about 5 times. Has the Heaven's Halberd, but not much else. And you want more out of your Bristleback if you want to be staying in this. He's the only frontliner, the only one that can actually tank
Dire's
out
top tower has fallen.
against the damage coming in. Otherwise, he's just going to falter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Cast away.
tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Queen of Pain is also being encroached upon. The Doom has the Blink Dagger. So YG really need to be careful. DCMG going to blink forward. They found Lun, but he found the hook shot out. Won't be enough. He will take an Assassinate, a headshot to clean out that Clockwork. And now probably going to turn their attention towards this tier 1 tower mid side. And the question is why is he going to defend this? They don't have their Clockwork. They have everyone else, but it might not be enough. Tower gone. That's the third tier 1 tower down for YG. They meanwhile have only been able to take down 1 tower towards that bot side, and this is looking scary. I don't it might be 50-50, but it doesn't seem like it's 50-50. It seems, what it seems like is Costa are able to make their way towards anywhere they want. They have a lot of map control. They have objectives. They also have the ultimates to make it work. And with them having shut down this Bristleback so hard, YG don't have any kind of sustain for most of these team fights for the next 10 minutes at least. And that will give Castawake a free hand to make any kind of move they want. Right now, they're playing very passive. They made a great little rotation towards that mid-side tower, but now it's gone static. But I think this is an incoming smoke, yeah. Deciding to amp up the pressure. Mamang Daya is going to break the smoke, but he's not the necessary hero to be inside of the smoke of the seat. DCMG going to make his way forward, and he sees Zoran. May not even need to expend a Doom here. It's just the Ice Blast and the Scorched Earth. There's a few hits is going to be enough damage. Bristleback is going to fall for the 6th time. And they still possess the Doom here. That's the thing. They can make another play if they want to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Of course, the Moss Serpent Ward, massive Serpent Ward placed towards that bot side tower is the tier 2, and YG may even be able to take it down. The Serpent Ward deals about 100 damage, so with KSH on this tower too, that's a tier 2 tower down. Very well played by YG, but it's going to be a trade at the end of it, as Costerwake over on that top side are looking to take a tier 2 tower of their own.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Zoran. Oh, Young PH coming in with a massive Scream of Pain, or rather Sonic Wave, and the Blink Forward will be able to find all of Costerwake, but unfortunately will get punished. Queen of Pain is going to take a bow, is going to fall. So far is a 3 for 2. Costerwake really fell short at that one, as YG were somehow able to make something happen. Surprising that that's how it ended up, and the reason for that is that the Doom was not used. Rubik wasn't able to steal a spell. I think Young PH coming in with that Scream of, or rather with that Sonic Wave. I keep mixing these abilities because they're very interchangeable, but anyway, Young PH coming in with those abilities really caught Costerwake off guard. They weren't able to counter initiate the way that they wanted to. Suddenly there was no good target for the Doom either, and Costerwake, I suppose they still require an additional power spike or two before they can take these heavy team fights. What is Bristleback getting on his courier? Forget I can't select his courier through this. Let's see. Lun got out by DCMG. He is in Radiant territory, but does have the hook shot, so he should be fine. Meanwhile, mid side, Mamang Daya, so much damage. Castaway will be able to pick himself up that kill. Young PH meanwhile has a Sanj and Kaya, and can turn it around on towards Young PH, but he's going to get lifted and possibly getting doomed up over here. He's going to end up losing his life. YG, they slip up, and Castaway capitalize on their mistake. And now it's coming back to finish what they started earlier. It's the tier 2 tower top side, but YG, they're not going to give this up without a fight. They know the Doom is down, so they're going to bring the Bristol back in. And with KSH here too, he has a butterfly. This time around, KSH does have some decent firepower at his disposal. And without a diffusal blade on any of these heroes, they can't exactly melt through that shield. But Zoran, who walks into trouble, is going to get instantly taken down. That is the 8th death for this Bristleback, and he has 0 kills. But
Radiant are scanning.
needs a blade mail, needs something to help him survive. This is
Scanning.
walking in is not going to be the strategy for you, YG. They got a Bombi, but unfortunately there's just not any numbers here. The Clockwork is going to come in as well, and Young PH with a Sonic Wave through that backline is going to be able to take out Krish with a Blink in and the Scream of Pain, but now is in a world of trouble. We'll find another Blink out though, as DCMG goes in for the chase. The Assassinate, it was charging on the Queen of Pain, but just not enough there. KSH meanwhile has a wand at the ready. We'll use it now and try and turn it around on towards DCMG. Is Young PH going to finish off that kill? We'll blink in, we'll find that Scream of Pain, but needs to be careful. There is Bombi. Mamang Daya is too low to provide any kind of support. Doom goes for the blink out. It was a risky maneuver, but they managed to make it work. And now YG will be able to take out several of these heroes, unless they all just happen to TP away.
Radiant's middle tower.
Tormentor is there though, so at least they can find themselves some kind of objective.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see. Vision. Very aggressive vision placed by YG will allow them to enter the Roche pit. They have an observer ward here, so they will at least see Castaway. DCMG was inside the guise of that invisibility. There is a sentry here though, so if he walks down these stairs, he will be caught out. There's the Roshan, there is the Aegis on the ground. KSH will pick it up. DCMG going with the Scorched Earth. Skill delay is there. As Castaway will just be falling back for now. Looking at some of these items, Solar Crest for the AA. Sniper still not making his way towards the defusal. Is content with getting a BKB up for now. Doom having a Crimson Guard. The Dragon Knight, that is their main source of damage. He has a Mjolnir and a BKB, so he is pretty much ready to fight. Is probably going to be making an MKB as you want to take away KSH, the value from the butterfly for KSH, who's well on his way towards creating an Eye of Scotty. So should give him, once he gets that, it should give him a nice little power spike against the Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, boss side, it is an attempt made on that Dragon Knight. The hookshot has been used, so he's free to just TP out of this. Castaway, meanwhile, again, can go for another TP, but will get interrupted and he will get taken down. Not the most valuable of kills for a full-on engagement, but at the end, it is still a bit of something.
Almighty money.
And now, is YG going to push out the bot lane? There is no tier 2 tower, so there is really no objective here. But perhaps they want to be going high ground. They do have the Aegis, and I think that is the idea. Massive Serpent Ward placed down. Sniper is one of the best heroes against that Massive Serpent Ward. It just, the range is just too much. And there it goes down. Sniper and Drow and Lina, I suppose. Those three heroes with that Dragon Lance are just really good against the Massive Serpent Ward. Meanwhile, DCMG, this time around, his mana burn does quite a lot. Medusa has around a 130 mana. So 2.5 times that is, he burns around 300 to 350 mana every time he uses this. Look at the mana burn. But the hookshot coming in from that side. They might want to be going in, but Lun, that was a futile attempt. And that's going to give Castaway the opening to actually go in. KSH using his Stone Gaze, but Castaway are just going to wait this one out. YG are in trouble. There is a chase happening by Castaway. Can they find anything? DCMG blinks forward, uses the Doom on Zoran, who's trying to run away. Won't be all that successful. They will find a chase, the assassinate, slowing him down temporarily. There's another blink coming online. There it is, the Infernal Blade to come out and the Zoran to fall. Meanwhile, boss side, KSH, or rather Krish, tried to find the Dragon Tail on Skillay, who was just too quick for him, and will just go and TP himself out. So far, it is going to be not that many casualties for YG as I was expecting after Lun dying. Krish. This is a different game from the previous one, because you do have a Medusa that is very well positioned to actually win these team fights. Meanwhile, you don't have anyone that can just squeeze out a hero within a few seconds like you did in the previous game. You don't have anyone that can burst down anyone like you did in the previous game either. Kostrovik in trouble. It's DCMG who's gone on. He does not have that Doom. The Queen of Pain, nice little dodge out, saving his own life there. DCMG does finally end up going down, but YG are in trouble. There is Krish being able to hold his ground. There is no Stone Gaze, and the Aegis is going to expire in about 2 seconds, and the Rubik coming in with a nice little shackle over on that backside. They need to buy time for their Medusa. No more mana available. The Sonic Wave being stolen by Bombi. He was able to keep himself alive. KSH is down, and Krish found the deny. Overall, very worth it for the side of Kostrovik. I thought things would go badly for them, but that shackle coming in from the Rubik was just phenomenal. It bought them time to actually take down the Medusa, and the rest of YG were forced to try and break that shackle. And by doing so, it gave Kostrovik the leeway to actually push back against YG. Young PH.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to... It's still not a massive or a significant enough gold lead though. It's still only 1,000, but most of that net worth is coming from the Medusa, who's sitting at about 22,000 in terms of it. Still has quite a few items that the Medusa can be making.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
1,000 net worth lead is quite simply nothing. Kostrovik were trying to go for the wraparound, and we'll be able to find that Queen of Pain. Young PH instantly falling down, does not have a BKB. It's trying to go for the Lincoln Sphere to at least be able to dodge that initial stun, and of course dodge out that Doom. Either one, you dodge out that initial stun and that buys you enough time to go for that blink out. And there aren't exactly too many stuns anyway from Kostrovik. It's literally just the Dragon Tail. And other than the Rubik lift, of course. 3,000 net worth lead now, thanks to taking down that Queen of Pain. And I suppose that YG's next move is going to come at the... by the time that Roshan is respawn, which he is now, and YG make a move towards that Roche pit. But the problem is it's extremely difficult to actually go for Roche right now. With Kostrovik having all of their ultimates up, you can be contested, and if they manage to take down the Medusa again, could be in trouble. There is the hope, or there is the extra bit of luck needed to go for that Roche fight. It is going to be an amplified damage rune. KSH will pick that one up. Is around 800 gold away from his Daedalus. So once he farms that, he should be able to hold on towards this rune and pick himself up that Daedalus, get the Daedalus, use the rune, and then go Roshan. Meanwhile,
Dire are
Castaway,
scanning.
they realize that the Roche Pit may be underway. This is why I suggested that Castaway are going to be contesting. The problem is they don't actually see the fact that this Medusa has both a Blink Dagger and an amplified damage in his bottle. Him taking down these creeps will be enough to find himself that Daedalus. And now the Medusa does some serious damage. Now this is when things are going to get heated up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see. Roshan still under threat. Rubik has the scepter, and the Dragon Knight has the MKB as well. So both teams have in fact enough items to counter each other out. The question is who will be able to make the first move and who will be able to find the first hero. As a 4v5 may be what you need. The Doom being spotted out over here. Shield Rune being picked up by him. Lone, they have managed to find a wraparound here. The problem is Kostovik is also inside their very own smoke. Bombi, amplified damage, is making their way on towards the Rubik, who was able to use a glimmer. And now 5 heroes all positioning here. Lone towards the side will find himself a nice little sniper, and with a shackle coming in towards that backline too, Castaway have to go back to defend. Will be able to take down both the Clockwork as well as the Shadow Demon. Meanwhile, towards that boss side, the Sonic Wave being found on towards Mamong Daya, but he's still not finished. Young PH is going to blink forward, finally taking out that sniper, and the buybacks are going to be coming in. But this fight, it seems like it's over. YG, they had enough. They are going to be going back. It is a 1-for-1, but it is a buyback on that Clockwork. So that does mean it's very, very slightly in favor of Kostovik. They just simply took too much time at taking that sniper down. They needed to do it earlier. They needed to do it faster. And I'm not sure why the blink on the Medusa was not used to chase down that sniper either towards the start of the fight. When the Doom was revealed, just blink in, use your Stone Gaze, and trust your team to come in. That is the way that you have to go about this. If you don't trust your team, you're not going to win. And now, DCMG, he still has that Doom. The Dragon Knight going to blink forward, so will DCMG, but Young PH is here. He has that Lincoln Sphere, but the DCMG still has that Doom. The Sonic Wave, it was stolen earlier on, and that means with the Doom being placed on the Queen of Pain, Young PH is going to fall. YG have lost 2 heroes, but so have Castaway. It is a off lane and a support for a mid laner and a support. And Cosmic this time around are going to be more than happy with that, as their sniper has respawned. They have 2 very heavy hitters in the form of the sniper and the Dragon Knight. And YG, they simply don't have the damage output, or rather the magical damage output. They do have the Medusa, but it's very hard getting inside the sniper without your Queen of Pain. And this time around, it is a bit of luck going towards Krish's way. He found the amplified damage and is on towards that Gorgon. No Stone Gaze available. Lone will try to buy some time for the Medusa. KSH though finds that Stone Gaze. The disarm on that Dragon Knight. It was momentarily enough, but inevitably, KSH will fall. Zoran to go down 2, and Castaway, they're looking strong. Their lead is snowballing at the lead game mark. And they might be able to take down this Roshan. Amplified damage still available for about, I would say, 5 to 6 seconds. And so is the Elder Form. But even without the amplified damage, I mean, you do still have that sniper. They should be able to take down Roshan. Are they not interested in Roshan though? DCMG going to chase away that Clockwork. Lone tried to stick around for that Roshan. Unfortunately, DCMG got pushed up to the cliff. Serpent Ward was also placed down by Skill Lay. I'm not too sure what these plays are designed to do. Do they want to be stealing the Aegis, or You just gave a Moss Serpent Ward away to the Rubik, right? Now, I get trying to steal the Aegis, but literally making Castaway stronger with these kinds of plays. Young PH doesn't have the item that he needs. The Shiva's Guard, I'm not too sure if that one will help him out much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Castaway on a 10,000 net worth lead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Master Report. There is it. There it is. Skill Lade's going to see that one and walk himself away, pretending like he is not the one that gave this one spell away.
Dire's middle
I have to say
tower
the
has
green
fallen.
Serpent Ward seems a bit more venomous than the orange or red one. And now with the Aegis on Mamang Daya, Krish and the sniper should be able to dish out some damage on this tier 3 tower. The banner is placed down too, and the blink forward from the Dragon Knight as well as DCMG, but instantly being negated by those Hurricane Pikes and Force Offs. The Ice Blast is on Lun as well, so that means while it is on, they can't exactly go back in. Krish's ultimate is going to wear off, but they're going to leave Mamang Daya to actually take out that lane of Rax. He does have that Aegis, so he does have that nice little insurance for himself. KSH actually goes forward with that blink. They actually want to take Mamang Daya down and perhaps even take his second life. In about 3 seconds, he comes back online. DCMG able to get off that Doom on the Queen of Pain, but the sniper is in trouble. The Shackle coming in with the BKB Shaman, and that's going to be enough. DCMG as well falling incredibly low, and the Doom, as soon as it wears out on the Queen of Pain, Young PH will be able to make something else happen, but Gausterwick have already disengaged from that fight, and a very worth it tip coming out for the Shaman. The BKB Shackle is quite simply too strong. If you survive, you can get a total 4 seconds of disable on that sniper. Perhaps even a total of 7 seconds of a disable if you start off with the Hex and wait to BKB. Meanwhile, mid side, it seems like Costaway, they have consolidated now, and they wish to be fighting again. Their heroes are incredibly low though, but Krish is a monstrosity. Will be able to take down Lun, but Young PH, he's not done. He's going to eat an Ice Blast to the face, and he might have overextended his hand. Of course, Bombay is going to end up falling inevitably, but Costaway was able to take down that Queen of Pain. Meanwhile, towards that side, KSH is doing too much damage. Costaway are going to melt, having lost 2 of their heroes, make it a full team wipe. The YG are able to accumulate, and perhaps YG are going to be able to take down their very own, or rather, Costaway's lane of Rax for their very own side as well. And it might not even be 2 lanes of Rax. YG seem to have made a very nice comeback at the back of that tier 2, or near the tier 2 tower. Yes, that goes in. Costaway need to be very careful here. If they want to be going for a defense, they need to make sure that they stay alive. If they falter, they might just end up giving the game away. Of course, they do have a tier 2 tower towards that top lane, so they should be more than happy. There we are going to have a bit of a pause. I wonder, this Queen of Pain really needs to survive that Doom, or just not get hit by that Doom before you get that Sonic Wave off. Getting hit by that Doom isn't a problem because you have 3,500 HP and it can potentially survive. It's being unable to use your spells for that long that's the actual problem. And not being able to throw out a 700 damage Sonic Wave is, at the end, in the end, that's going to hurt your ability to close out these fights like we saw. You want to be able to take down the sniper as quickly as possible, and so that you can turn your attention towards the Dragon Knight, because he has around 3,500 HP as well, and or when he pops his dragon form, perhaps he has even a bit more. No, nothing over here suggests to me he has more, and I've played a whole lot of Dragon Knight. I don't know why I thought he gets bonus HP from it. Yeah, I'm just dumb, I suppose. But take the sniper down quickly. Focus your attention on the Dragon Knight. That's how you win the game. For Casterwake, they have no choice but to target the Medusa head on. Or if you don't want to do that, then you need to be able to take down the Queen of Pain quickly enough, right? We've seen DCMG land that Doom on the Queen of Pain, but most of the time he's solo against a cop. You need both your Dragon Knight, you need both KSH and DCMG to actually jump on the Queen of Pain. Sorry, Krish and DCMG to jump on the Queen of Pain. That's the second way to go about it. But those are the only two ways. An Arcane Rune? Ideally, this should be picked up by the Queen of Pain. But young PH is pretty far away. He's probably going to make his way towards there. Should make his way towards there. With the Arcane Rune, his Shadow Strike is going to be around 3 seconds. Right, I believe it's around 25% cooldown reduction. 36 and 23. "45 minutes in." The attack speeds, watching a Dragon Knight whack away at his sword so fast is a bit unrealistic. Don't you guys think? A full 5-man smoke. This might be the last play. Mamang Daya leading the fray. Not sure why the sniper is charging forward the way he is. He does not have that blink dagger. DCMG, his smoke is real. He blinks himself towards that top side. KSH holding his ground for now. Going to get hit by the Doom and the Ice Blast. They choose to go all in towards that Medusa. Can they finish the Gorgon off? It turns out they can. YG have lost their main damage dealer, but Young PH is still standing. Will be able to take down that Doom. Bumby now trying to find that teleport out. Will be able to, as the rest of Casterwake, they need to get out over here. They can't take an extended team fight. Not against being hit by multiple Shadow Strikes. But still, Casterwake, despite of that impressive jump on the Medusa, they chose to go, you know, I spoke about the two ways you can go against the Medusa at this point of the game. Either go head on or take down the second most valuable target. They chose to go head on against the Medusa, were able to take the Medusa down, but the problem is they did not have enough follow-up. You need to save a few abilities. You can't throw everything you have. You need to keep perhaps your Ice Blast. The Ice Blast does absolutely nothing against the Medusa. I don't know why they threw that one out there. It is completely based on HP, and Medusa does not use the HP. Zoran forced to pop out his BKB. Queen of Pain, Young PH actually blinks forward, and Mamang Daya has also got hit by that Shiva's Guard. Hookshot in. Dragon Knight still stunned down. There's a Sonic Wave. Rubik was unfortunately not able to steal it, and the Dragon Knight has fallen down. Young PH going to go for another blink forward, and now it might just be on the sniper who was forced to PKP and TP out, but it's two heroes that fell. The Gorgon is respawning. He's going to be TPing towards the outpost that is going to get converted, and it is going to be a 2v5. There is no... Oh, there's no buyback. Unfortunately, YG don't know this. So if they knew that there was no buyback, they could have gone, but this was so lucky. Time and time again, luck has been favoring YG. The Roshan has spawned. And without the buyback available on Kostrowik, no Dragon Knight, no Rubik, the Roshan will be falling down. And YG will be able to take that one. There's a full refresher shard as well. I wonder who they're going to go and give it to. Turns out it's going to be on the Shadow Shaman. I would have expected it to be on the Queen of Pain. I mean, just, oh, this explains it. He already has a refresher.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
KSH taking down that tier 2 tower.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And now just one more rack stands between YG and the series victory. Castaway had their opportunity. They had the time to be able to win out against YG, but were a bit unable to do so. Blink forward by Young PHK as it also blinks, and a hook shot to hold the Dragon Knight, but Kostrowik were able to disengage. Young PH now goes in with that Sonic Wave. Use that refresher, needs one more. We'll be able to find two heroes as they both buy back, but now the punishment for Young PH is going to be there. The Queen of Pain to lose his life, and the Bristleback to be brought back by that telekinesis. KSH though, meanwhile, holding his ground, has that Aegis. 5 heroes from Kostrowik are alive. The buybacks to come in from YG as well. They want to close this game out, bringing KSH even closer to that fountain. The mana, it's all empty. The Aegis is finally popped in. The skill lay comes in from the side, but can they actually keep their Medusa alive? Queen of Pain actually died without buyback, and the Doom just got used. If they take down this Medusa, perhaps they can make one last GJ push. Kostrowik, they go for the buyback on that sniper. The Medusa, nowhere to go. And those were so many buybacks coming in. Unfortunately, it was a bit too close towards those racks. I don't know why they chose to play all the way over here. They could have pushed down towards the middle, towards and attacked those tier 4s. They decided to attack the heroes instead, and it cost them severely. The question is, can YG hold? Shaman will need to activate it, or will need to use his buyback probably. There's no way that he holds it right now.
Dire's middle tower is under
Kostrowik, I would have thought they'd go directly for that throne, but taking their sweet time with it. There's the Shaman buyback. And there's the Glyph
Dire's structures
by YG. Rish. Medusa buying back. The hook shot in. The stone gaze being committed over here as well. There it is. Krish is trying to hold his ground. The BKB has ran out for the Dragon Knight. The sniper is down with a buyback, and Krish may end up losing his life as well. He does not have enough gold for the buyback, so whoever wins this team fight is going to be winning the series. Can Kosovic hold, or can YG finish them off? It turns out the Dragon Knight is also going to fall, and TCMG, despite being able to hold his ground, is not going to be able to do anything. YG team wipe Kosovic, and with no more buybacks, it's just the clockwork, and it's one Rubik. It's the Grand Matrix against them all, and it turns out it's not going to be enough. GG is going to be called by Kosovic. YG take the series 2-1. Oh man, a 52-minute game, and what a way to end that series. But guys, of course, that was game number 3. We still have one entire best of 3 to go for. And that is going to be between Tech Free Gaming versus InterActive Philippines. Stay tuned for that one. It should start anytime now because we are already behind schedule. It was supposed to start 22 minutes ago. So we're going to go, we're probably going to go into the lobby for that one, and then as soon as it starts, I will let you guys know in the comment section. Do come and check it out. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and it'll probably be a max 5 minutes, right? So you guys can wait alongside with me. I'll join you in the chat section while we wait for the next game.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely places, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city you don't know. Get high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city you don't know. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city that you don't know. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city that you don't know. But I will guide you home.
inside, trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel. Letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel.
And I lost myself again. You hit just like a drum. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't I'm the prey. But this time I won't collide like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and you're ready for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the walls. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger than that. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and you're ready for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the walls. Far
never thought I'd feel like this. constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we leave for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away.
Hey guys, welcome back to EPL World Series season number 6. This is the Southeast Asian edition, and we are in the group stages. This is the second best of 3 for today, and I believe it's the last one for today between Tech Free Gaming and InterActive Philippines. A bit of a recap. In season number 5, Tech Free Gaming came in 5th. Sorry, I'll go again. In season number 5, Tech Free Gaming were the runner-ups. They came in 2nd, losing out in the grand finals against Team Nemesis. Now, Nemesis are a powerhouse in the C region. They have qualified to the international, and they are not going to be participating in EPL currently. We hope to see them in future series, but this gives other teams a chance to make their mark. This gives other teams to rise up, such as Tech Free Gaming. Perhaps this is going to be their season to win, or perhaps a team like InterActive Philippines are going to knock some sense into Tech Free Gaming. Let's see. As Tech Free Gaming, let's talk about the draft a little bit. They've gone in for the Kunkka and the Rubik. A lot of teams like to play this Kunkka. It doesn't exactly have as much success, I will say, as much as teams love to pick this hero. But I'm seeing a lot of Rubik come out. We saw it in the previous series where both, I believe, both Yangon Galacticos tried it, and it was pretty good. Stole the Doom as well, and stole the Serpent Ward. A lot of times it was successful. Meanwhile, InterActive Philippines go for the Shadow Shaman, and also for the Templar Assassin. They managed to snag for themselves a very nice carry. Now, if you guys were watching PGL Wallachia, we saw, I believe it was Team Liquid versus Extreme Gaming, where Team Liquid went in for the Phantom Lancer against the Templar Assassin and had massive success with that hero. I wonder if other teams are going to follow pursuit and pick that Phantom Lancer against the Templar. Meanwhile, InterActive Philippines managed to snag up the Naga Siren as well. So the counter initiation coming in with that Song of the Siren. Very good against hero against heroes that utilize combinations. For example, the Kunkka, who uses the X-Mark Torrent Ghost Ship combination. So Naga Siren is a hero that can come in between of that combo, use the song, and then InterActive Philippines can possibly reset the team fight and or even reposition themselves in that team fight. Mind you, they also have a Rubik face up against them, so you can have that song stolen. But again, Naga Siren's Snare is a really good spell to steal as well. So Tech Free Gaming do have that. Meanwhile, you have, of course, the Shadow Shaman. You can steal just about any of the Shaman's spells, and it's really good. The Hex, Shackle, or the Serpent Ward. Rubik's debuffs are a bit better because there's no cost time animation. So the Shackle comes out instantly. The Hex itself has no cost time animation, so Shadow Shaman's Hex is also instant. Meanwhile, you can also steal the Templar Assassin's traps, provide your team extra bits of vision and information.
Dire team pick.
Face the light.
Dawnbreaker coming out for Tech Free Gaming. Again, going in for that all-in team fight, but still faces up against the Naga Siren. We will have to see how they execute, because it's one of the Song of the Siren is one of the most disruptive spells in the game. And for InterActive Philippines, they might want to be going in for a Silencer as well, or even a Nyx Assassin to counter that Dawnbreaker directly. But Tech Free Gaming, they go in for the Mirana, and we have seen Tech Free Gaming pick this Mirana up quite a bit in the past. They have had a lot of success with it. They do like to play, if I recall correctly, they do like to play the support Mirana and just find themselves those arrows. Will be interesting to see how they land those arrows against the illusions from the Naga Siren, because you can essentially just body block the arrow with the illusion. But let's see. For InterActive Philippines, what are they going to go for? They are going to go for the mid Storm Spirit, so we are going to have a Storm versus a Kunkka on the mid lane. A bit similar matchup to the previous game, game number 3, where we had a Kunkka versus the Queen of Pain. And, or did we? Actually don't recall. Well, if we, I recall in the series we had one of those matchups, right? Kunkka versus Queen of Pain. And it's similar. The Tidebringer should be able to zone out that Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, the Storm Spirit can get as much farm as he wants thanks to those remnants, and is a natural bottle carrier, so should be able to regenerate HP. Will require the help of his supports near the timings of those runes to be able to do so, of course, as Tech Free Gaming have heroes or supports that they can rotate as well. The Mirana is going to come in, the Rubik is going to come in, and Storm Spirit has to be careful, because I have a feeling that Tech Free Gaming's Mirana is going to rotate very early to try and land an arrow on the Storm Spirit, and if the arrow does in fact hit, then Kunkka should be able to take him down, or at the very least bring Storm Spirit very low and force him to go back to the base. That is the ideal scenario for that mid lane for Tech Free Gaming.
5 seconds remaining.
I will need to adjust the stream title as well. Just give me just a second and I will have that done. One second. There we go. It should be okay now. And let's see if the reload changes that. Yep, there we go. Tech Free Gaming versus InterActive Philippines. Of course, the last ban from Tech Free Gaming was on that Pangolier. Interesting. They expect to see an offlane Pangolier against them, and I don't think we will see that for InterActive Philippines. I think for their offlane they can go for something like the Mars, for example, or okay. So the Mars won't be that good because the Dawnbreaker can come in with that Solar Guardian. What can they pick for their offlane? Perhaps a Centaur as well would be nice for them. You can run the Naga Siren illusions in.
10 seconds remaining.
The Centaur ultimate pairs very well with the Naga Siren Song of the Siren as well, but they're going to go for that Tide Hunter. Natural Aura Builder can go for the Blink Dagger as well. Any way you go about it, Tide Hunter is one of the most versatile and well-positioned offlane heroes in the game, I think. Works with just about any kind of lineup. And for Tech Free Gaming, it is time to pick your carry. Who are you going to go for? Morphling, Terrorblade, both banned out. And so is the Ursa. But still, you have options right now. You can go for something like the Slark, you can go for something like the Phantom Lancer, but they're going to go for something like the Razor, bringing lightning for lightning. It is going to be Thunder versus the Storm, and it is going to be our very own Jikroy playing. I say our very own because this young player has quickly become one of my favorite players to cast, right? And that's because it's not because he shuffles between the number 1 and the number 2 position on the C leaderboards. It's because of his insane capacity to farm, right? When you see him on his gyrocopter, he almost always ends up with more than 1,000 experience per minute, almost always ends up with more than 8 to 900 GPM, and he just farms way too fast. I get surprised each and every single time. Jed doing the twinkle there. But as much as I love Jikroy's carry, I also do love Jed's carry as well. So it is going to be two powerhouse carries playing against each other. Sajiri on his Shaman is also really good. This is the fairly even matchup, and this should be a great series here. I do expect a 2-1 overall for this series. I don't think either of these teams should be taking this 2-0. We will have to see, of course. I can't dictate a team's performance for them. There we go. Nice set on Rikusu. The only thing I don't like is the fact that he played Venomancer in the previous game. And there we go. As I said, Tech Free Gaming, they love to play their Mirana. Grandmaster Mirana. Last match was also Mirana. I wouldn't put it past him if he had more than 1,000 games on the Mirana. Rikusu throwing in the hearts. Meanwhile, Jikroy throwing in the shade. I will just have to adjust one thing for you guys, and that is our branding. EPL season number 6 World Series. The banner on the there we go. We do have a pause. Unintended. Jed has reconnected, and the go call has been given out. Gwr call, rather. Let's see. Aggressive observer ward placed down. I don't think it was spotted out. Purchasing a very early magic wand. Not too sure about this one, because you can use the 150 gold on something else, because there's no way you're going to be able to accumulate 10 charges right off the bat, right? So that 150 gold can be used to pick yourself up a set of tangos as well as a clarity if you want it. So in my opinion, that's more value rather than going for the all-out purchase. FBZ.
As you wish.
The battle begins.
No such aggression coming out. In contrast to the previous series where we had a first blood occur every single time before the horn was even blown. And this time it won't be like that. This time it'll be fun and breezy. See, like FBZ has gone for. He picked himself a magic stick, allowing him to get these gauntlets, or rather one extra gauntlet. Let's see. Talking a bit about these lanes though. Jed and Rikusu, Templar Assassin and Naga Siren versus the Dawnbreaker and Rubik. And I think that this is a fairly even lane. Don't think you can get many kills on the Jed unless he's severely out of position. So he should be fine. Meanwhile, the damage output from Jed should amplify as the levels go up. I will have to switch the screen, and Sajiri is taking a lot of damage. Is safe for now. Mirana has the Starstorm, does not have the arrow or the leap, so he should just be salving up and regenerating his HP. Meanwhile, back to the bot lane. So one of the things is that Dalul has to be super careful here, because he can get ensnared and then taken down by Jed later on, past per se that level 3 or level 4 mark. When you have that Melt Strike online, that's doing a lot of damage, and the same thing goes for Rikusu. He can get taken down. The Starbreaker coming in from the Dawnbreaker can do a lot of damage, take out the illusions as well. And not to mention, the Celestial Hammer will be melting the shield away from, or rather the refraction away from the Templar Assassin. Topside, Razor and Mirana. Straightforward. If you land an arrow, that's going to give you a nice little setup for Jikroy to come in with that static link. Oh wow. As soon as I turned away. As soon as that turned away, what did he use? He used both of his. He used his entire combo. Rubik used his entire combo as well. So pretty straightforward. Lifted up, brought back where you got hit by the Starbreaker and the Celestial Hammer, and you ended up losing your life. But now we can talk about that top lane. Hopefully these guys give a bit of a break. Nope, it's still back to the bot lane. Psych. And it's Rikusu who's taking a lot of damage, but will be safe for now. Jed holding strong, able to dish out damage in return. Of course, it's not enough. Towards that top side, another engagement. Sajari's falling incredibly low. Will eat that double star storm. The shackle to come out in turn. But Varus does have enough HP. Has 2 leap charges as well. Jikro trying to finish him off. But in fact, he walked into the gush there. And we will be able to take his life instead with the anchor smash. And might even be able to find himself a neat little double kill. Won't be chasing or that gush. It is a 1-for-1 in exchange, heavily favoring InterActive Philippines as they were able to take down the carry from Tech Free Gaming. Sajari. Very good Shaman player. So we saw his position in the previous side. He was barely able to, or rather he almost barely able to survive. Meanwhile, mid lane, we haven't exactly spoken about this matchup. We did in the drafting phase a bit. It's a matchup that's fairly straightforward. Storm Spirit, Remnant, grab creeps, and in your dream, use a Tidebringer to zone out Yona. That's pretty much what this lane boils down to. I really do wish we go back to the phase in Dota where the mid lane was much more relevant in the laning phase, right? Where a clear winner in the mid lane would drastically change or alter the direction in which the game would head into. Now we don't have that. Now the side lanes are much more important. The off lane is much more important. Delul is here with those early rotations we talked about. This isn't too... Oh, wow. That's actually huge. Yeah, that tip was very much called for. And... man, he's such a pain in the behind. As in your dream on that tower, Delul, or rather Yona, forced back into the base, will pick himself up that infused raindrop. Now, it's not exactly going to help him. I don't know if he knows this, but the Tidebringer is physical damage. The raindrops block magical damage, so he won't actually be blocking. Let's see. Yeah, he didn't. He doesn't exactly block the magical damage. Now, Delul is going to come in. There's that combo. Mirana coming in here as well. Telekinesis raised up. This double star storm on towards Yona, and they're going to be able to chase him down. The rotation, the counter initiation from Rikusu, just quite simply too little, too late. As they have achieved, I would say, one of the minor win conditions over on their own side, which is to shut down that Storm Spirit. Ideally, you wanted 2 kills, but being able to get 1 is still at the end better than nothing. Now it's towards that top side. Jikroy with that static link on towards that Razor. Varus, can he find the arrow there? Instead, he'll be content with that double star storm, and with the slow coming in from that plasma field. We is going to take a bow. It's going to go back to the fountain. Sajari is going to be safe. Or is he going to be safe, as Varus has decided to jump inside of that tower, but it turns out it was just to deal some extra bit of damage. Rikusu, meanwhile, was able to steal the rune away from In Your Dream and even from his own mid laner. Torrent lift Yona up, but not much to be found. And the bot lane has gone static here because Jed... Oh, wow. Jed did not take any skill in his Melt Strike. Perhaps thinking that it was a futile attempt against the Starbreaker and the Celestial Hammer. Certainly one way to go about it. This is, I would say, the old-fashioned Templar Assassin, when you would have the TA go towards that mid lane, where taking the mill wasn't all that useful. But we will see how fast he can farm compared to Jikroy, who for the first time I'm seeing struggle get those last hits. Once again, on towards V, there is the static link this time around. No Varus nearby, so no kill to be found. Varus, however, is heading towards that mid lane. Dawnbreaker tried to go in on towards that Storm Spirit. Turns out won't even need it, as In Your Dream was able to find that kill. And Yona, this is a complete shutdown of that Storm Spirit. 2 times he has died. He finally does have, or rather he did have his ultimate even before, but it's very hard getting that zap off against the X mark. Storm Spirit TPing towards that top side. Sajiri finds the Hex. Where's the Shackle? Is there now, and Ziona zaps forward, finds the Remnant as well, and Razor's dead for the second time. They managed to shut down Jikroy, and I see the teams are figuring out how to play against Tech Free Gaming a little bit better, and that's by shutting down their carry. If you're able to take down Jikroy a few times, if you're able to stop him from farming at the pace that in which he normally farms, then you're going to have a better shot at that mid game. Meanwhile, mid lane, Rekusu going to be brought back by that X mark, but Naga Siren is quite the tanky hero, still at around 400 HP. The Tidebreaker that bring him down to 100, but it's still not enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
In Your Dream now on that tier 1 tower, and it's almost down to about half HP. It's not looking ideal, and surprisingly the mid tier 1 tower for the Dire side is around 100% HP, hasn't taken a single hit. Very impressive performance by In Your Dream. I remember the mid laner from Tech Free Gaming struggled the last time I casted them, and that was against Team Grey. I will hold off on the history there, as there is a team fight over on the top side. Solar Guardian expended, as well as Wee has been isolated from the rest of his team, and a Tide Hunter, he still has a few tricks up his sleeve, throws down that Ravage, but it won't be enough. In Your Dream to come in with that Torrent, and will find himself with a killing spree. As I was saying, I did see In Your Dream struggle a bit in Tech Free Gaming series against Team Grey, but this is looking like it's a more synchronized mid laner. He is a recent pickup by Tech Free Gaming, so we do expect him to have that little bit of a gap as Yona goes down once again. Tech Free Gaming rolling over InterActive Philippines right now, and we have yet to see any kind of pushback. So far, it's just not happening for them.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Radiant's
Not safe
middle
harbor
tower is
indeed.
under attack.
3 heroes from Tech Free Gaming on this tier 1 tower. It will inevitably fall, and that's going to be the first tower gone down in this game. And Jikroy dies again. Tech Free Gaming, they might be doing really well in terms of sticking together and making a team fight happen, but their Razor is being punished severely for this. He has died 3 times. It seems like InterActive Philippines, they have turned all of their attention towards that Razor. Meanwhile, Jed trying to take this tower down. The glyph is going to be used, as well as 2 heroes are approaching Jed. Templar Assassin going to be X-marked, does not have any of his teammates nearby, and that's going to be a very dead Templar Assassin. Oh, in fact, the song came in at the right time. As Jed, he was struggling to hold on to dear life in Tech Free Gaming. That got them completely off guard. It even got me off guard. Rekusu with the big brain play, 200 IQ there. I did not think he would be able to make it. InterActive Philippines, I'm very impressed right now. Of course, it won't stop Tech Free Gaming from being able to take down this tier 1 tower, but being able to keep your own carry alive versus being able to take down Jikroy thrice is a major win. What Interactive Philippines need to do though is they need to consolidate this. They need to be able to take down some of these other heroes. They need their Storm Spirit to recover, which means that Templar Assassin may be forced to join his team a bit earlier on than he is comfortable with.
Stupendous.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yona.
Dire are scanning.
Jed. Bot side. X marked. Let's see if he can get out this one. There is no song and he's almost at half HP. The Dawnbreaker is going to come in with a Solar Guardian. Jed trying to juke it out, but I'm not too sure about this, and he will end up falling this time around. No chances taken by Tech Free Gaming. They will find the kill there. And the rest of Interactive Philippines, they are very content at making moves around where Tech Free Gaming aren't not present. It's all over on this side of the map where there really isn't any point in being, to be honest. Storm Spirit, sure, he is farming away, trying to recover. Has already found himself with a Kaya and also a Mirana. He's going to zap even far forward, but he's ran out of mana right now. Can the X-Mark be found? No, the combination does not work. The arrow was a bit too preemptive. This time around though, FBC on towards Wee, who does have that rabbit, is still holding on towards it. Will be thrown up in that torrent. Is he going to be using it? Or is he just going to go down for nothing? FBZ picks up that kill. As Interactive Philippines, they're very hesitant in attempting to go for any kind of maneuver here. Jikroy. Let's see. This time around, Yona, they want to kill or take down Jikroy for the 4th time. The Solar Guardian will be there, but the Ravage from the backline is going to be enough to take down that Razor. FBZ, now stuck inside of the wards, will use the Celestial Hammer to bring himself out. The Moonlight Shadow to provide them the guise of that invisibility. But Rakusu is going to end up falling, and now with In Your Dream coming in and Delul, a ghost ship on that Tide Hunter, and the Nemesis is going to be the victor. In Your Dream will find that kill. Interactive Philippines may be doing a good job at taking down Jikroy, but perhaps it's time to actually turn their attention towards something else, because right now they just gave up 3 kills in order to be able to take down 1 carry. And sure, Jikroy is struggling. He's at about 6,500 in terms of net worth. His farm will accelerate because he has himself that Majol, that Maelstrom, and soon to be Mjolnir in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, Rakusu does have that song. Still, it's one of the only spells which is now at about 160-second cooldown. I believe the Golems and the Black Hole are the only spells now, one of the only spells now which have such a high cooldown. And all of Tech Free Gaming, they disconnect. They are done. I'm just kidding. They're probably faced with a bit of internet disconnectivity issues. Should be looking to reconnect into the game. It's 4-12 right now, 16 minutes in. And so far, despite the fact that Jikroy has been struggling because they were able to get so many kills on him, he's still not that far behind. He's only about 1,000 gold behind his rival carry on the other side. But when you take a look at the top 2 positions, which are being held by In Your Dream on the Kunkka, who is almost at his radiance at the 16-minute mark. That is a very fast radiance. And then you look at the Dawnbreaker, who has an entire Orchid built up, right? Tech Free Gaming don't need to play with their Razor right now. Once that Radiance is online, and through that Orchid, they can actually take 4v5 fights, let Jikroy recover in his farm, and bring him on in that mid game. Bring him on after that 22 or 25-minute mark, and then take the game from there. They're going to be very successful at that maneuver because it doesn't seem like InterActive Philippines are going to be able to respond. Oh, actually, just a bit of a clarification. It was InterActive Philippines who were the ones who disconnected, but again, it should be coming back into the game. Meanwhile, when we take a look at what InterActive Philippines do have to counter out is the incoming aggression from Tech Free Gaming, it's not very reassuring because Yona is building himself up the Sanj and Kaya, but he's still going to get silenced, and there's nothing that can dispel that silence, right? The Tide Hunter has that Vladimir's, so hasn't gone for that Blink Dagger, is going for a bit of an aura build. We will see if he goes for the Blink Dagger now, but ideally you may not want to go for that Blink Dagger because you do have that Naga Siren, so you can use the Song of the Siren as a setup for your Ravage rather than going for that Blink. It's interesting because this one spell gives Tide Hunter that 2250 gold that he does not have. Right? If you think about it in a different way, if you think about time is money from that kind of perspective. But, you know, Shaman not going for that Blink Dagger, either is going for that Ether Lens. Now, this is something that I do disagree with. He should ideally pick himself an Arcane Boost and then go for that Blink Dagger. It's really needed in this game because you don't have a lot of initiation, right? You don't want to be doubling down on this song. Do not put your eggs in one basket. You don't want this 160 cooldown ability to be the way that you dictate all of these fights. The Storm Spirit, of course, has reconnected into the game. Apparently they faced with a blackout, but Tech Free Gaming, being the wholesome team that they are going to throw out the no problemo. We have no problem waiting for you guys. Now, the big sigh of relief that InterActive Philippines are going to be looking for is going to be Jed's farm. That is, he has a Desolator, he has that Dragonlance, and now is the time to actually join in your team and get some kills. But again, have to be careful because Tech Free Gaming have multiple ways to melt through that refraction and also counter initiate, also disable you. So a lot of things that can take down this Templar Assassin. You may want to be investing yourself into a BKB. If you don't go for it, you may find yourself in a precarious situation where you may not be able to dish out much damage. Of course, InterActive Philippines do have the element of surprise. If they come in with the Storm Spirit, Vortex, Jed comes in with that Blink Dagger and do a Melt Strike with that Desolator. And then if they're able to take down a few heroes, or rather 1 or 2 heroes, quick enough, then InterActive Philippines can be ahead. So far, Templar Assassin is kind of far away from his Blink Dagger. Sajiri ends up going down, and it's Jikroy who picked himself up that kill. In Your Dream, I wonder if Tech Free Gaming are going to be going for towers because they do have the upper hand, and there are pings coming out towards that top side. They may want to be making a move towards that Dawnbreaker. Tech Free Gaming, though, they have plans of their own with the Kunkka. They may come on to this Tide Hunter. Rekusu throwing out that dust. It did catch out Varys, but Wee is going to be caught out too. If In Your Dream just moves over there, he will see a random Centaur hitting the Tide Hunter, but turns out he actually didn't. He just ran past him because he wanted to take down Rikusu. He has actually going to throw down the tip as well. The song, it won't be able to come out now. Jed is there with that Desolator. The Ravage to come out too is only going to hit on towards that Dawnbreaker. But the Storm Spirit is here, instantly going to get hexed up, allowing FDZ to actually get away. As Tech Free Gaming, they come out ahead with 1 kill and force out that Ravage. But are they done is the question. Moonlight, invisibility. They find Yona, will lift him up, or rather won't. Will just X mark him back, but just not much else. Jed is very close to his Blink Dagger, only needs about 700 gold. Varus has that Arcane Rune, but not much else. As Jed holding strong over here. Storm Spirit Yona going to zap forward on towards that Rubik. Jikroy is here with his own Mjolnir, and there is no Ravage to play with. So InterActive Philippines have to be careful. A song over on that backline is going to stop Jikroy, but not before he gets the kill on towards that Tidehunter. The fight, it's restarted. They're going to take down Jikroy, but the Storm Spirit is going to pay. Jed is going to fall too, but actually not before he gets the kill on that Kunkka. Suddenly, they may have lost 4 heroes, but it's not all doom and gloom, as they were able to take down both the most valuable cores on Tech Free Gaming, and they were able to do it without their Ravage. Of course, it is still a clear win over for Tech Free Gaming. They were able to get more than 2,000 experience over InterActive Philippines and more than 1,000 gold going their way.
Touché.
Radiant are scanning. Shadows, take us. Dire's middle
The lul.
tower is under attack.
I'm over here.
They see Rikusu, so we'll be able to pick themselves up that 1 kill. Easy enough. Varys on an unstoppable streak. You can see why this young lad is a grandmaster at the hero. And Yona might find himself in trouble. The Solar Guardian, the Shackle, and it's going to be enough. The Lul, you can see why the Rubik is an extremely strong pick against the Shadow Shaman as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I like to look over the assets and everything.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tech Free Gaming on that tower now, and it seems like Tech Free Gaming are going to go back. They want to be contesting towards that top side, as Jed was out of position there, but will find himself with that blink out. In your dream, won't be able to find that X mark. 6 and 20 right now. 21-minute Wisdom Shrine has come about. We will be able to pick up that one, and is making his way towards a scepter, so isn't going for
Stupendous.
that Blink Dagger. Certainly that, I mean, turning Gush into an AoE effect, and it reduces about 6 armor, which is great because you have a Templar with a Desolator, right? There's 6 armor, or rather 7 armor, I will have to see. 6 armor reduction from the Desolator, 6 armor reduction from the Gush, that's minus 12 armor. May want to even pick yourself up an Assault Cuirass, because at the end of the day, if you can stack up at about 17 armor that you're taking away, that's going to be a whole lot, and there's not many heroes that can survive against that. Razor isn't a hero with absurdly high physical armor. He does have decent physical armor, I will say, for a carry. But right now, he has around 20 armor, and is going to come around to 8 armor once he gets hit by both the Gush as well as the Desolator. So he's going to not have that much survivability. Of course, the incoming Manta style will be able to give him a few points of armor anyway, I suppose. The Diadem. 6 attributes, so that should be 1 more armor going his way. Yep. 15 to 16. In your dream, finding that Templar Assassin, and in comes the Dawnbreaker as well. The support from their Tech-Free Gaming will be enough. It was coming from the backlines, but turns out won't be needed. Rakusu this time around wasn't able to use the Song of the Siren, is trying to, but Varys getting a wicked 6 streak, and Tech-Free Gaming right now, this is their game. They are 22 kills, 16 kills ahead, and
Tower is under attack.
will be able to take down this tower too. And InterActive Philippines yet to mount up a response. They have the Ravage, but they don't have, it seems, the Brass to be able to contest against Tech-Free Gaming, who will also be able to take down Yona, who zaps forward against the Razor. He thinks that he has the upper hand on Jikroy, but will need to exit because he did also realize towards the end there, why is there a Razor staring at me? Surely there must be other heroes nearby, of course. He's very close to his BKB, so once he gets that, that Orchid, you know, won't be that much more successful. Of course, Tech-Free Gaming, they are inside of the Roche Pit, and InterActive Philippines, they may not be looking to contest this. Mirana was on that high ground. As I say that, there are a few illusions going there. We will throw out a Gush. Roshan isn't that low though, not low enough for InterActive Philippines to back away, at least. They are close by enough that they can go for this. Roshan. V coming in. There's a Ravage. It's a 3-man Ravage, but the follow-up is simply not there. Storm Spirit did get silenced up. He does not have that PKP, and he's stuck inside of the pit. The Song is going to come in, allowing Yona to reposition and actually grab that Aegis right from underneath Tech-Free Gaming. Jed, though, meanwhile, has been left to fend for himself. He's going to end up dying, but still, this might end up being worth it. Turns out it's not. Tech-Free Gaming, despite of not even having that Aegis, they don't even care. InterActive Philippines are the ones who are going to suffer, as I do believe it was a mistake to pick up that Aegis on the Storm there. It should have gone to the Templar Assassin. I know Storm Spirit is one of the strongest heroes with that Aegis, but he could have zapped out of the pit, and he could have repositioned himself. The Templar Assassin did not have that luxury. The Templar Assassin was stuck inside of the pit there, so was going to end up dying after the Song ran out. InterActive Philippines should have recognized this. Unfortunately for them, weren't able to, despite of making a phenomenal play. Perfect use of the Song as well, but better luck next time, I suppose. In Your Dream now almost has a Shivas. It is on the Courier. Varys Solar Crest available. Surprising that he is this successful. 9-0 and 12. He is 9-0 and 12 on a support Mirana. And so is Delul, by the way. Delul is 4-0 and 13. Tech-Free Gaming supports have not died a single time. Meanwhile, their cores have. That's incredibly surprising. That is I'm not sure if that's impressive or surprising. It just means that IAP haven't done a good enough job at prioritizing their targets towards the early game. It was Jikroy. Topside, Dawnbreaker. He's going to end up falling. In Your Dream comes in with a 3-man ghost ship. Varys with the arrow towards that backline will clean up Jed. As InterActive Philippines, again, they might have found themselves with 1 core kill, but they're going to lose 2 of their own and their support. So far, this play hasn't really worked out for them. Yona, meanwhile, has that BKB, but still, I'm not sure. The Storm Spirit is significantly behind at this stage of the game. Only has 2 galvanized charges as well. So does not have a lot of mana regeneration to play with. Topside Sagiri.
Radiant
What is he
are
thinking? Is he actually going to go for that play? This was not ideal. This is the Counter-Strike equivalent of waiting until multiple heroes pass, multiple players pass, and then trying to shoot them in the back. I'm not very good at Counter-Strike, so this is a terrible analogy, but in this case, he started shooting the first person that went past him. And I'm not even sure if he was if he would have been able to kill the Rubik. He has a Ghost Scepter, and the Miran has a Guardian Greaves. Like, either one of these supports that he saw were much ahead of his own hero. So he said this is a 5-level difference. Brave play by the Shadow Shaman, I suppose.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Now with a Shiva's Guard at the ready. In your dream,
Radiant's top tower is
on that tier 2 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But may not be able to
Top tower is
go high ground just yet. They do require the Aegis to go high ground. I will say that Tidehunter's Scepter allows him to defend that high ground very well. And InterActive Philippines, they have the Templar Assassin with the Dragon Lance as well, giving him that 350 attack range. So it's not an easy high ground push. You also have a song if anything goes wrong on that high ground too. So Tech Free Gaming, ideally wait for that Aegis and then go towards that high ground. V, meanwhile, has been caught up by Jikroy. The Solar Guardian is going to interrupt the teleport there, but the song from Rikusu
Dire's structures
used there. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit being forced out by a solo Rubik, who and the support duo from Tech Free Gaming, who haven't died once. Solar Crest is going to run out, but it's interesting to see a Storm Spirit being zoned out by two supports who can't exactly lock him down. In your dream, slow down. I'm just going to call him Dream from now on instead of in your dream, because he's in our reality and not in our dream. It's a paradox. You see,
Radiant are
InterActive Philippines on that triangle. Varys is going to end up breaking the smoke, but he's going to get eating a vortex, and with this root here, that's going to be the first death for Varys. Yona to pick up the godlike streak. It is 1400 gold going his way, and meanwhile a shackle to be found on that Kunkka as well. We has a ravage here. He's going to dish it out, and it's only going to be one stun on Dream here, but Jed is here to dish out that damage too. Has the Melt Strike, has the Refraction at the ready, and with the armor reduction, it might just be enough to take In Your Dream down. But in comes Jikroy, who's going to be able to take down Jed. But the rest of InterActive Philippines, it is the best fight that they've had all this time, as the Rubik is constantly just playing with that Storm Spirit. There are 3 heroes down now, buying time for the rest of Tech Free Gaming to come in. In comes FBZ with that hammer. And we'll find another kill. This is going to be possibly a full... No, it's not going to be a full team wipe. It might have been if they were able to cancel that teleport. So far, Tech Free Gaming, even when things haven't gone their way at the start of those fights, they've been able to recover.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
And still not making their way towards that high ground.
I'll take it.
The want to see Jikroi's GPM. Not the fastest, but still, okay, he's very close to at around 1,000 experience per minute, which is I swear, every time I see Jikroi play, he has 1,000 experience per minute. This game too, he might be able to get that. And the only reason his GPM is low is because InterActive Philippines focused all of their energy, all of their efforts on that Razor. Dalul found out and this is a place where the Tidehunter won't be able to teleport out of 4 heroes on him and no aid nearby. He is going to end up taking a fall. FBZ to pick up that kill and Tech Free Gaming to pick up the Tormentor. Meanwhile, Jikroi wasn't even there. He was on that top lane and he is going to be able to find a kill himself and has an assault queries of his own. Getting that much needed armor buff to himself that should negate a lot of the damage coming in. Oh wow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Jed was waiting on the other side of that outpost and they're going to be able to find 2 heroes. The Kunkka to fall to Jed with that double kill and has quite a bit of damage. Meanwhile, topside Jikroi doing a lot of damage towards those racks there. Tier 3 tower was taken down by him. And Roshan should be up in about a minute and around 2 minutes. Meanwhile, you do have the third eye. So InterActive Philippines are always going to be in a position where they know Roshan is online. So that means that they should always be able to contest Tech Free Gaming. FBZ meanwhile has the Scepter, has the Orchid. Sean still not respawned. Guaranteed to respawn in about 1 minute, but InterActive Philippines, there's no guarantee they can stay in the game after that ages, so they're going to make a play before Roshan spawns. Jikroi is going to break that smoke, but instantly going to get hexed up. Can they find the shackle before he can use the BKB? Turns out they can't, and with Jikroi being able to activate that BKB, Jed's going to melt. And InterActive Philippines, they had that slight interval in that hex duration where they could have shackled him down, but they chose not to. And this is going to mean that Tech Free Gaming, they can perhaps go for that high ground before taking that Aegis. It is Jikroi leading the fray. There is a glyph available if InterActive Philippines want to use this.
Fortified.
Sorry, a bit of lag. In your dream, now on that mid lane of Rax, will be able to take it down, and
Has fallen.
perhaps even more of these Rax. Looking at the buyback, Templar Assassin unfortunately does not have a buyback, so without the Templar Assassin you may have your Ravage, but you don't have most of your damage output. The Storm Spirit has mostly support defensive items or stat items, right, but does have a Scepter, but you need your Templar Assassin to be able to do this. Good to go in, 2-man Vortex and a Ravage. But is there enough follow-up is the big question. Turns out there really isn't. The song from Rikusu to buy some time
Is under attack.
and disengage from that high ground.
Dire's
InterActive Philippines, they came in with a bit of a show of force, but that turns out it's just really all it was. A big bluff to push Tech Free Gaming back, but it turns out TFG are a bit too smart to fall prey to that trick. They will head on over. The Roshan has spawned, so Jikroi, as soon as he walks down, he will probably make his way inside of that pit, spot Roshan out, and Tech Free Gaming will be heading there momentarily. Unless Tech Free Gaming get intercepted. Yona coming in, swatting out that Rubik. Rikusu is here too, and so is Jed here. He can't get hit by that static link. Jikroi uses it on that Storm Spirit, who's silenced up and does not have that zap out. We unfortunately, again, no teleport available for about 7 seconds, which means that this Tidehunter is in trouble. He is incredibly tanky though. Meanwhile, Jikroi was able to run down that Templar Assassin, and V is also going to take an arrow to the knee and die by Varys. You know, ever since I started costing, I have always wanted to use the arrow to the knee phrase. InterActive Philippines, they use the buyback and they're going to lose the Tidehunter again. This time he's going to dodge the arrow with his one knee. That's still working, but turns out InterActive Philippines' legs are going to be cut off and their throne is going to be exposed. They're not even going to try, and they're going to tap out of game number 1. GG is called, and Tech Free Gaming, despite the fact that the Jigroy was shut down in the early game, they were still able to make things happen, and you can see what In Your Dream is able to do on that mid lane. Once he gets that space, you can see what FBZ is capable of on that off lane. But I do think that the big winners, the MVP, the dual MVP award, goes to the Rubik and goes to the Mirana Varys on the Beyond Godlike streak, and neither of the support duos losing a single life throughout that mid game. That is a very impressive performance. 2-1 deaths. These are absurd performance. 12-1 and 21. This looks like a core KDA. This looks like a KDA that Jigroy should have, or that Jed should have, but a support Mirana has it. Of course, guys, that was just game number 1. InterActive Philippines do have another chance to come back into the series, but they need to turn things around. They can't focus all their attention on Jigroy after seeing how some of the other players, or rather all of the other players on Tech Free Gaming perform. They need to apply equal amounts of pressure on all 3 lanes. They need to focus on their own win conditions, realize what Tech Free Gaming are doing, and take the game from there. I think the draft for both of these teams was 50-50, but Tech Free Gaming just simply played a much better game. Of course, guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in about 5 minutes for game number 2.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights and no. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights and no. But I will guide you home.
pass by. Something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel. Letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the
And I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't, I'm the prey. But this time I won't collide like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the toast in return. I can't give in, I can't give in. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you're bad, but you're bad for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the toast in return. I can't give in, I can't give in. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you're bad, but you're bad for me. I can't give in, I can't give in.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. Yeah, I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. Yeah, I never thought I'd feel like. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, feel like. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. Yeah, I never thought I'd feel like. I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Never thought I'd feel like this. Constellations, they remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we?
10 seconds remaining.
Hey guys, welcome back to Tech Free Gaming versus InterActive Philippines. This is game number 2 in a feisty best of 3 series between these two Southeast Asian powerhouses. As in game number 1, when both of these teams went at it, both carries were able to farm successfully, but only one came out ahead, and that was Jikroy on that Razor. Meanwhile, the rest of Tech Free Gaming all showed up with
10
Dalul
seconds
and Varys having a phenomenal performance on their support, Mirana and Rubik. And of course, in your dream with that Kunkka and FBC on that Dawnbreaker were phenomenal too. Overall, I would say, I mean, this was a performance that Tech Free Gaming, one of the best performances of Tech Free Gaming that I have seen from them. Starting off in game number 2's draft, Tech Free Gaming picking themselves up that Doom, which InterActive Philippines had, or wait, neither team had. I forget. I know I saw Doom in the last series. I'm not sure if I saw it in the last game. Yeah, neither team had a Doom. It was a Tidehunter versus a Dawnbreaker. InterActive Philippines going for that Marcy. Don't know if this is a support Marcy or not. I can see the Marcy pouting. I'm not too sure why.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if the Marcy has different character animations for the draft. Meanwhile, you do have the Medusa banned out. You have a lot of support heroes banned out. Shadow Shaman also being banned out by Interactive Philippines. Don't want to be playing against that hero. And Interactive Philippines, one of the things that they do need to work on is working to play against the disables that are coming in from the other side. Last time around, their Storm Spirit very heavily disabled out, and so was Jed on that Templar Assassin. This time around, they're also going to be going for something like the Shadow Fiend, a hero that is very weak against disables, and there is a Doom on the other side. So for Tech Free Gaming, I wonder if they're going to stack up on more control to be able to take down the Shadow Fiend. Their rotations were on point in the previous game as well. So this is what makes me think that for Interactive Philippines, this is not going to be a mid Shadow Fiend. This is probably going to be played on that safe lane. Meanwhile, for Tech Free Gaming, no Shadow Shaman, but I wonder if Varys is going to be going for a Mirana again. But they go for the Pudge. They go for the Pudge, which is interesting. I wonder if this is going to be a support Pudge, but also they go for the Crystal Maiden. Again, added control. Pudge is a bit of not too heavily seen in the competitive scene. The last time I saw Pudge in the Tier 1 meta was in a Dream League Season 26 when Paravision played it in the Grand Finals 2 times in that twice in that series, and they were successful in both of those occasions. And for Interactive Philippines, I wonder what their game plan is going to be. Are they going to pick themselves up a Rubik? Because you can steal both the Doom and the Hook, but something like the Oracle also works against the Doom. Perhaps even go for the Centaur. So, oh wow, the Centaur was actually banned out by Tech Free Gaming. So the thing is, because Pudge is seen very less in competitive meta, drafting around the Pudge is a bit of a tricky situation because you don't want to be drafting around the Pudge too much. It opens up the rest of the game for Tech Free Gaming. Interactive Philippines. Marcy Shadow Fiend to provide the lifesteal, or depending on the facet that the Marcy goes for. But I wonder what other support they're going to be picking up. Something like the Clockwork can also be pretty useful. I can see the Phoenix working out as well. Tech Free Gaming don't exactly have heroes that have a high attack speed. Perhaps even go for the Undying or something like a Timbersaw, but Interactive Philippines, they're going to go for the Tusk for that position 4 role. I wonder, perhaps this Marcy is going to go with the Shadow Fiend on that position 5 role, but yet to be seen. Marcy could very well be played on that mid position. So far, whenever we've seen a Kunkka picked out, it's always come towards the early pick phase. But that's why I don't think it's going to come out here. Interactive Philippines go for the Nature's Prophet. Again, yet to be seen whether this is a core Nature's Prophet or not. Very squishy lineup. Incredibly squishy lineup on Interactive Philippines. They need to work around this. They need to
10 seconds remaining.
Pick out something
5 seconds remaining.
a bit better. I mean, they need frontline. They need something to tank all that damage. Right now, if Tech Free Gaming land a hook on any one of these 4 heroes, they are sure to fall. Apart from the Tusk. Now, Tusk has fairly high HP, but he is at the end of the sport. He's not going to be a hook target anyway. He can obviously, of course, also snowball away. And also has, I forgot about this, he has that snowball to save against the Dismember and also buy time for the Doom target. Around 3 seconds. It's not all that significant, but it's still added time. Tech Free Gaming's pick. And what are they going to pick? A Storm Spirit is actually a really good hero here against Interactive Philippines. Even something like the Ember Spirit is any of the Spirit heroes are pretty good for the mid lane from Tech Free Gaming. I wonder if they're going to be going for that though. In Your Dream may as well pick himself up his Kunkka. I saw it in a previous series, did do pretty well with it.
Radiant team ban.
But Tech Free Gaming choose to go for the Puck, disabling the ability of Nature's Prophet to find that teleportation or even a Tusk to use that snowball. You can't get the snowball off inside of that Dream Coil, and Marcy can't even reposition in that Dream Coil. So a very good pick by Tech Free Gaming. I should have seen this.
5 seconds remaining.
And it's a very easy setup as well from the Puck. Not a lot of disables from Interactive Philippines either. They don't have the control. Not a single hero that can stun apart from that snowball coming in. So this Puck should have a free game. Meanwhile, let's see what they pick up as the carry for Tech Free Gaming. Interactive Philippines banning out the Pangolier. Surprising there. It should be a carry ban. And if I were them, I would either ban out the Gyrocopter or the Morphling. I do not like to see Jikroy on either of those heroes because he just farms too quickly. And it feels like a one-sided affair. But Interactive Philippines, they're actually thinking that this is going to be a carry Pudge or a carry Doom, which would be pretty surprising. Ideally, you don't want a carry Doom or Pudge against high DPS heroes like the Nature's Prophet or the Shadow Fiend, but perhaps Interactive Philippines are onto something.
Radiant team pick.
Tech Free Gaming banning out that Sniper, which would have been, again, a strange pick for Interactive Philippines because they do not have any kind of frontline material, any kind of tankiness built into their lineup. For Tech Free Gaming, what is going to be their carry between the Gyrocopter or the Morphling? It is not going to be either. It is going to be that Vengeful Spirit as their off lane, I suppose. And so it is going to be a carry Pudge or a carry Doom. It's one of those two. Don't think the Vengeful Spirit is going to be going as the carry. Meanwhile, Interactive Philippines, they have 10 seconds
5 seconds remaining.
and 18 seconds of reserve time. Let's see. They can go for the Tidehunter, but they're going to go for a Void Spirit. So it's going to be a Void Spirit on that mid lane. And I don't know. I don't know about this. Their lineup is so squishy. None of their heroes can survive inside of those team fights, and it is a Doom safe lane being played by Jikroy. Wonder how fast he farms on that one. And it is the support duo of the Nature's Prophet and the Tusk. So it is at the end going to be a carry Shadow Fiend, and it is going to be an offlane Marcy. I have very mixed feelings about this draft from Interactive Philippines. I think this is a clear win in the draft by Tech Free Gaming, even though they have a Pudge. And it's not all that often that I end up saying this with a Pudge in someone's lineup. But I would even go as far as to say this is 70-30 in favor of Tech Free Gaming. For Interactive Philippines, they will struggle to find HP in their team fights, will struggle to stay alive, and they have one of the worst spirits on that mid lane. They could have gone for the Storm Spirit or the Ember Spirit. Deciding to go for the Void Spirit is still going to be difficult. Again, you can't Remnant away. You can't use your gate or your pits to escape. For Tech Free Gaming, you have FBZ Vengeful Spirit. So it is an offlane Vengeful Spirit. Interesting picks all around, I will say. Nature's Prophet. Nice little set here. He has an eye patch as if he is a pirate. We'll need to adjust the cyber score. There we go. It is all good now. Let's head straight into the game. We do have a bit of a pause, but that's okay. We will resume the game And let's talk a bit about these lanes. I want to see what the Lul can do with his hooks. Let's see. The go call has been sounded, rather the Gver call, that a lot of these players send out instead of just the direct G. Puck versus the Void Spirit, very even matchup, very skill based matchup. I mean, mostly all of Puck's matchups are skill based. And so both of these heroes should be able to farm up relatively quickly. Won't be having many issues there. Other than that, over on the safe lane, it is going to be Jikroy, who is going to be supported by, I believe, the Crystal Maiden. Or So the Pudge can't go with the Crystal Maiden. That would have been an amazing setup. But they do have the setup for the support. The Frostbite into the hook is going to be an easy combination to pull off. And over on the safe lane with Jikroy, I think against the Marcy, Jikroy should be having a decent enough time, provided he can get his Scorched Earth off. So you do have the requirement to be able to get some additional levels before you're able to have a good time in that lane. Meanwhile, over on the top side, you're obviously going to have the Vengeful Spirit against, I believe, the Shadow Fiend. So that's a lane where Tech Free Gaming may not come out ahead. Vengeful Spirit isn't the strongest against the Shadow Fiend, does not have a lot of HP, and against the Razes isn't going to be having a great enough time. Not anything going to be found by the smoke play. This very aggressive Observer Ward is placed to spot out that courier that's going to come in. 2 and 2 bounty runes each is going to be the way they go. Now the Lul. FPC going to block the camp, possibly try and have the opposite lane pushed in, but Jed is standing there. He's probably going to block it as well, equalizing the lane there, so the creeps won't be pushing in. Nicely done by Jed there. Meanwhile, the Lul holding on to his hook. Now the requirement for this offlane is obviously just to be able to get the hook off, the hook into the Vengeful Spirit's stun, and perhaps they can find a kill through that. It should be on Jed each and every single time. Of course, this time it wasn't all that successful. Has brought only one mango to his side, so he can only throw off like 2 or 3 more hooks. So ideally you want at least 1 to land, right? And you want 1 kill to be had through this. Otherwise, the support pudge just falls pretty far off. There's the hook. It did land, but FBZ wasn't in place. And now the Lul is going to end up falling here, giving away first blood to Jed. FBZ should have been in proper position there. And ideally, you want there to be clear communication inside of your team for this offlane, right? There is no way to make a pudge work without that necessary communication. Otherwise, the pudge is just going to end up feeding. Bot side, Jikroy and Crystal Maiden. Frostbite into Scorched Earth would be a nice setup to overrun InterActive Philippines, as the physical damage, the base attack damage of Jikroy is pretty strong. It's it's about 70 damage a pop, which is pretty significant. The top side, this time around they do find that hook. They actually do find that hook. It wasn't on towards the Jed, so it's not the most significant of kills to be found. Rikusu is going to come back into the lane. The Lul is incredibly low right now. If Rikusu had the snowball, he may have decided to go in on the pudge. But Puck, having purchased himself up that bottle. Both mid laners have a bottle, and the problem with having a pudge is that you ideally don't want to be rotating towards that water rune and leave the potential threat that you are naturally outputting on this offlane. 3-minute mark, and the Lotus goes in favor of the Nature's Prophet, who is teleporting away. He's made his way to the same lane. It's on towards Varys, who was applying that D ward, and Varys was able to get away with it. V, meanwhile, trying to amp up some damage on towards Jikroy, who doesn't have his Scorched Earth. At about level 3, the damage output coming out from Tech Free Gaming on the safe lane will increase significantly. Delul, meanwhile, not successful with his hooks quite just yet. And now in trouble. The shards being thrown out, trapping Delul. The vengeful stun in return, but it won't be enough. Rekusu will find the kill. And this is the problem. Jed's raises just simply do too much damage. And the fact that Shadow Fiend has stacked up on about 20 souls, with about 100 damage a pop, Pudge has one of the lowest armor in the game starting off. He has about 2 armor. And the reason he has 2 is because he also has attributes. Meanwhile, another shard, this time on FBZ. The hook trying to save FBZ, but it won't latch, and FBZ will end up going down. Delul won't be able to find a return either. So for InterActive Philippines, off to a great start on this off lane, or rather on their own safe lane.
The dusk is always ready. The seeds of fortune.
Meanwhile, we have yet to see a successful hook that results in a clear shot kill. We saw it once, but we need to see more of it. Towards that bot lane, Jikroy sprouted up. Varys does have a frostbite. May be able to get it off on towards the Marcy, and that's going to be a quick kill for Tech Free Gaming if they're able to get off one more hit. Unfortunately, the Scorched Earth ran off, and that means Sajari and the Marcy are going to be alive. At just about 100 HP, one lost hit away. That was pretty unlucky from their own side. But this will leave Jikroy to recover on his farm, because he is lacking it a bit compared to the Shadow Fiend. Puck with the curveball facet, Nature's Prophet teleporting into the lane, or rather just threatening to teleport for now. He's probably going to teleport towards that bot side. With a Tuskar here, Jikroy unfortunately is going to end up going down. We'll throw down a Devour. And Varys came in for his own little rotation, so did not end up working out for Tech Free Gaming. InterActive Philippines up 2,000 in terms of net worth. 6 minutes in, and it's Yona who ends up getting that power rune. Dusk, Rekusu going to teleport towards that top lane. And Void Spirit is quickly moving in with a haste rune. And FBZ is in trouble. Sharded down. Does throw out a stun in response with a snowball, buying time for the Void Spirit to now come in. And it is going to be a disaster for Tech Free Gaming. They are going to lose their Vengeful Spirit, lose the Pudge, and then lose their Maiden. 3 heroes being picked up by InterActive Philippines. Jed with a dominating streak and a double kill. Meanwhile, V ends up going down to a solo Marcy. Of course, Sajari did come in to help as well. Tech Free Gaming are in trouble. Approaching the 7-minute mark, Puck was, I believe, a bit too late to be making an excursion towards the Shrine of Wisdom. Meanwhile, FBZ is going to be picking up that Shrine of Wisdom on the level 5 mark. Still very far away from his nether swap. Let's see. V now moving in. InterActive Philippines should be able to hit their power spikes much quicker than the side of Tech Free Gaming. And ideally, this is the way that they win this game. Their win condition is very much to secure as many kills as they can in the laning phase, because they are a squishy lineup at the end of the day, no matter how many kills they get. But with enough of them, they might be able to itemize their way through stat items to overpower Tech Free Gaming. Jikroy farming on his Doom. He doesn't have a flash farming hero. I know that you had a Devourer, and you're obviously going for the Hand of Midas as well. But he's very far away from that Midas. It's going to be a very late Midas. Meanwhile, mid lane, on towards that Warrior Spirit. The stun is there as well. Can they actually find that kill? He gets the Nether Swap, and actually he might even be able to just Astral Step away, surviving a 4-man rotation. And nothing for Tech Free Gaming is working out so far. We might a slight laugh as well to come out.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yona going for that scepter. In fact, stepping forward, going to get hooked in. Does have another Astral Step though, so he should be fine here. Meanwhile, Satiri comes in with that Sprout and is on towards the loop. InterActive Philippines, Walrus Punch and a few hits will be able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, towards that mid side is their offlaner who falls. V is down now in your dream with that curve ball. Can he actually end up making it out of here? He will. It is at the end of it all a 2-for-1. Tech Free Gaming losing both of their supports, but they finally managed to find a kill on a core here. I wonder if they are regretting going for the Spudge and underestimating the lineup of InterActive Philippines. Oh, the combination did not land, and in your dream is going to end up falling. Yona, Astral Step, can the hook land? No, it won't. Yona was just too quick with that sidestep. $6,000 net worth lead, 10 minutes in. And I have to say, when you are as confident with a Podge pick, you have to land your hook shots, because otherwise it just feels very anticlimactic and feels a bit off not to see a Podge land hooks in a competitive game. Of course, that one was not targeted towards a hero. He did want to take the wagon down so that this siege creep could push in to damage the tower a bit. Shadow Fiend also farming up pretty quickly. FBZ meanwhile has queued himself up Scepter, but yet to buy a single component of it. Oh, Jikroy falls again. Very deep inside of his own base. Very aggressive Observer Ward plays down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tech Free Gaming. I wonder when we see a full response coming in from them. The Hand of Midas
Radiant's middle tower
finally
is under
picked
attack.
up by that Doom. Yona, Dream Coil. Frostbite is going to be there, and this time the hook is going to bring him out, stunning him down, and they're going to be able to take Yona down. Tech Free Gaming find a big one on that mid lane. It's going to recover about 800 gold and about 1,000 experience.
Forward.
Topside, Jed. Channeling that Requiem, trying to go for that Vengeful Spirit, but I doubt FBZ wanted to make a solo attempt on him, but I think that they expected multiple heroes. This time around, InterActive Philippines are actually doing what they needed to do in the previous game as well. They are shutting down Jikroy, and at the same time able to apply all sorts of pressure towards other sides of the map. And so far it's worked out for them. Of course, InterActive Philippines is going to lose their Shadow Fiend, but now the response is coming in. Sajari is here, Void Spirit with the Astro Step in, and 2 heroes going to fall in quick succession. Yona finding himself a double kill. 4 and 16 right now. As soon as Tech Free Gaming found something, a sliver of hope, InterActive Philippines were right there to snatch it from them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In Your Dream will be able to find himself that tier 1 tower and has a Witchblade, so it should amp up his damage potential. Possibly even be able to find a pick off as V wanders inside of that secret shop and is just hanging around here. So if he's not careful, he might end up dying to the Pudge. Now they see him, they know the courier was making his way over there, and V is also going to realize this. So it's information going both ways, and that means that V is just going to back away, is going to head on towards that top side lane, find himself some few creeps, and will be more than happy with this. Meanwhile, Rekusu going for a play on that Shrine of Wisdom is going to be cancelled out. Is Sajari as well, who's in a lot of trouble, going to eat that Witchblade, and will also eat a coil. Tech Free Gaming finding a return here, and the lead that was 6,000 is now down to about 2,000. Can they find anything more? V, careful, needs to be careful not to get hooked out. He's actually going to jump forward on towards the Vengeful Spirit, who didn't actually land his stun there. Of course, the Lul coming in with that clutch hook will be able to save that Vengeful Spirit, giving up his own life instead. Finding that Dismember, but there's just no support nearby. FBZ is also going to die towards that side. So, overall, InterActive Philippines, again, consolidating their lead here. Meanwhile, Jed, being encroached upon by 3 heroes, will channel his Requiem. The Doom was there for good measure as well. Won't throw it out, won't be needed. Jed is going to die for the 2nd time this game. Meanwhile, Jikroy has died 4 times. This is reminiscent of the previous game where he died quite a few times, but then was able to recover quite well. Still not able to land his hook. Sajri coming in towards the side. They want the Lul V to come in as well, and this is a very dead Pudge. The Nether Swap won't be there. He will throw out a Dismember, but won't be able to make it out anywhere. Astral Step. Void Spirit got instantly stunned, or rather silenced though, and that's going to allow the Puck to use that coil, holding the Void Spirit temporarily, allowing Tech Free Gaming to run a bit back. Varus, can he actually make it out of this one? Wasn't spread down, so that will give him some space. Vengeful Spirit. Unfortunate. FBZ does find that swap though, and will be able to get away. Of course, the same can't be said for Varus. He is going to end up falling, and in Tech Free Gaming supports, they are not having a good time this game, in contrast to the previous one where they were unkilled at this stage of the game. However, they're also not grouping up the way that they need to. Jikroy is content on farming up for now. It's very close to his Radiance. This is a game where Jikroy will be hanging on to his Hand of Midas because he does not have the Gluttony facet. Rikusu already in possession of a Blink Dagger, the Aghanim Scepter ready for the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, topside, we got swapped back by FBZ, and the Freezing Field will finish his life off. The Marcy will die.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
FBZ, unfortunately, or rather fortunately, has the Pudge nearby. So, and Dalul might actually find himself a solo kill if he can get the Dismember off. Unfortunately won't, but Dream was there to secure that kill anyway. And it's on towards Yona, who has the Scepter, but right now Puck doesn't want to contend with that Void Spirit quite just yet. Still does need a few items. Has a Blink Dagger at the ready. And V has made, or rather FBZ has made himself up that Scepter. Void Spirit. The Astro step forward is going to be punished with a Doom. Jikroy comes in to save that Puck. And the rest of Tech Gaming show up as well. Meanwhile, InterActive Philippines are going at this one by one. But the Requiem from the backline is going to fear up Jikroy, who will get taken down by Jed. But it's going to be a 4-for-1. As InterActive Philippines may have just given up their entire lead to this. If they were a bit more coordinated, it would have gone their way. It would have gone the way that InterActive Philippines wanted. But unfortunately, they weren't able to stack up in time. Quite simply, they weren't able to back up their mid laner.
Dire are scanning.
Dalul. Now on that bot side tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan. Attempt being made. Question is Tech Free Gaming going to come in? There's a lot of damage thanks to the Tusk, and they don't have a lot of time. The hook is going to land onto her surgery. They're going to make quick work of the Nature's Prophet, but he might have bought enough time for the rest of InterActive Philippines to finish off that Roshan, and now Jed comes in with those hits dealing so much damage. The freezing field is going to be interrupted as well. Meanwhile, the Dream Coil, it was used, but it's going to be 3 heroes dead, and perhaps even 4th. Where is Jikroy? He was holding on to dear life. It's going to be a 3-for-2. Tech Free Gaming did lose their Vengeful Spirit, but the illusion is still standing, so it's not as if it matters all that much. On the net worth charts, though, you can see the Shadow Fiend leading everywhere. Everyone. 14,000 experience for him. And currently, InterActive Philippines are back to their 6,000 net worth advantage. Sajiri having placed down yet another aggressive Absorb reward. This time around, it will be cancelled out. And unfortunately for Sajiri, the sentry being placed there is not going to be spotting it out. Jed, though, is going to end up losing his first life. Where is the response? It's Dalul who is going to die towards that backline. And Tech Free Gaming, they choose to disengage. Happy enough with the ages that they were able to take. Are they going to find a swap here? They can bring in Jikroy if they want to be swapping the Shadow Fiend down. And Jed doesn't exactly have a BKB, so he needs to be super careful here. Yona. Astro step forward. Jikroy tried to go for the Doom, won't be able to find it, and he has no BKB of his own. Is going to get swapped out though, so this will give him some time. It isn't going to be enough. The Marcy going to get hit by a stun as well. The snowball to temporarily buy some amount of time for InterActive Philippines to come in, but it's so much damage. The Requiem being charged up and thrown out is going to be enough to take out the life of the 2 cores. The Puck is down, and without the two of them, Tech Free Gaming can't actually mount up a response. FBZ needs to be a bit quicker on those swaps there. Hook narrowly missing. They might be able to find this Nature's Prophet kill, but Jed does a lot of damage and they can't stick around for this. They will find the Nature's Prophet, but Jed is on their tail, but he also has no support nearby. The Marcy is very far away, and this will mean that Jed backs away for now. Tech Free Gaming find themselves a neat little freebie and actually evening out the loss there. Of course, they still need more items. Jikroy is not yet farmed up enough. He needs a BKB. And for Tech Free Gaming, their puck really needs to dodge out that Requiem if they want to fight in an extended team fight. As currently, the snowball from the Tusk comes in every single time when that Doom comes out. Again, towards that bot side, InterActive Philippines, they go in. This time it's a 3-man Dream Coil, but the Freezing Field couldn't be taken out by Varys as he went out instead. Tech Free Gaming making overzealous plays there because they didn't bring in anyone else. Jikroy continues to farm on the other side of the map, and this is one of the reasons why I do not like the carry Doom, as just takes too long to farm up his items. Meanwhile, does not bring in that much to the team fight once you come in. Apart from the Doom, I mean, the Doom is one of the most powerful spells in the game, so naturally the hero himself is a bit weak outside of it. Void Spirit, meanwhile, having that use very close to his Kaya, a nice little power spike for him. Jed still does not have that BKB, and he's going to get swapped in. Doom down, stunned as well, and just there was no hope for him there. I don't know, he should not have been in that position. Solo pushing that lane like that, should have expected some kind of a response from Tech Free Gaming, and that's a 1400. That's 1400 gold going their way. It's not even a small kill. He is the highest net worth hero in the game. And without the Shadow Fiend, I'm not too sure whether they can fight here. You do have that Dream Coil. It's not going to come out quite just yet. It is a Puck and Jikroy on towards Yona and Rekusu. Meanwhile, Sajiri comes in too. Can they find anything here as V has taken down the clock, the Crystal Maiden. And now a Dream Coil on towards that Void Spirit. The Snowball to save the Void Spirit for now. Going to hit that Puck. But so far, nothing has been found. And InterActive Philippines, they have ran out of juice. They are going to lose 2 heroes. And might just end up losing Yona as well if he sticks around over here. So he's out. Back to the fountain for him. Or rather, it's down towards the bot lane for him.
Invisibility.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The dusk is always
Tech Free Gaming. They're very much not out, and the fact is their lineup is only going to get stronger. This lineup from InterActive Philippines is not going to be that strong in that mid to late game mark. After the late game, it picks back up because you have a Nature's Prophet. But still, another swap by FBZ, a stun by the Vengeful Spirit, and it's going to be enough. Crystal Maiden will pick up that kill and has a Ghost Off as well to contend against the Shadow Fiend with. So the Ghost Off plus Freezing Field combination, and considering the fact that there is a lack of stuns over on InterActive Philippines, the only ones that can cancel that Freezing Field are the Marcy, Void Spirit, and the Tusk, right? And they each have to make significant effort in order to actually cancel that Freezing Field.
Dire are scanning.
The Tech Free Gaming are very much in this game. FBZ going to walk towards that high ground. He sees Jed. And V, who is trying to hide in the shadows there, makes his attempt on towards Jikroy, who did get swapped out. Now Jikroy has a BKB. The Requiem this time around not really going to hit anyone, and it's on towards the Shadow Fiend they go. The Doom has been planted down, the Dream Coil to come out, as well as the swap, and 3 heroes are down, and it's going to be a full team wipe. InterActive Philippines, they lost big. An ultra kill for Jikroy. The fact that Tech-Free Gaming were able to dodge that Requiem was the biggest thing that
Dire's middle tower
lent them their
is under
success. I mean, Jikroy was able to dodge the Requiem, then go back in to use that Doom. And then Tech-Free Gaming, because there was such a narrow corridor over here,
are scanning.
the Puck was able to use the Dream Coil. 11,000, 12,000 experience, 5,000 gold. This narrow corridor is very easy to get a
Dire's
coil
middle
off.
tower is under
And
attack.
that's essentially what
Dire's
led
courier
to
has
the
been killed.
success there. And now for the first time, Tech-Free Gaming have the upper hand, have the net worth advantage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Surprising that Shadow Fiend is still not investing in BKB. Sajari going to get hooked in, and Zvi is going to go in himself. FBZ not willing to commit the duel, or rather commit the swap to save his ally. Meanwhile, a 2-man Dream Coil. Will it be enough to find any kills here? As Rikusu is positioned towards that backline, Jikroy is in presence, so Tech-Free Gaming are just going to back off. InterActive Philippines on the prowl here.
Radiant are scanning.
Jikroy, unfortunately, is going to use the BKB, but it won't be enough. He is going to lose his life, and not much that he can do about it. FBZ is going to start hitting hard once this Monte comes to his side, adds in some survivability, some stats, and he's going to probably be at around 3000 HP. Yeah, 3000 HP once he tread swaps. Meanwhile, bot side, that's really coming in with that teleportation to push out that lane a little bit. So far, the objective game is in favor of InterActive Philippines. Their tier 1 tower towards their bot side has not taken a single hit. It is at 100% HP. And that means that Tech-Free Gaming, they have their work cut out for them. They need to win team fights, and they need to start pushing after that. Of course, they have taken the mid-side tier 2 tower. But the longer this game goes on, the more firepower or the more split push potential the Nature's Prophet gets. So either pick yourselves up some objectives right now, or suffer in the late game when you can't push past the river. Void Spirit queued himself. He has a point booster. I wonder, is he going for an what is he going for? Not sure what the Void Spirit is making, so we'll wait for him to do something with his point booster. Meanwhile, Tusk has had a Blink Dagger for quite a while. Marcy has a Chrysalis and a BKB. A lot of damage on the Shadow Fiend with a Daedalus, but not enough survivability. Does not have a BKB, so he's going to get doomed up every single time. And a nice hook being found there. Of course, the Puck is there too, so the sidestep from the Shadow, from the Void Spirit won't be helping him. He is going to get dismembered and taken down. What a find! That is the hook that we have been waiting for, and it's opened up the Aegis for Tech-Free Gaming. Is there going to be any kind of contest? The tier 2 tower towards that top side taking a whole lot of damage, but still, finding yourself the Aegis here is going to be
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
pretty nice.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Doom coming out on towards the Marcy as he's going to end up falling too. 2 heroes are now down.
I didn't see that coming.
Tech Free Gaming, they have the upper hand in a very convincing fashion. There's not much to be found for Interactive Philippines outside of being able to group up, and this is, I will say, the most typical. This is typical of my ranked games. You know, when you're playing at the Immortal bracket, the Shadow Fiend, your carry does not have a BKB. So how do you survive against 5 heroes that disable you without a BKB? He's just going to get stunned down every time. He's going to eat a Doom. Not too sure what this plan is here. Now he's going to get swapped back, dismember the land as well, and there is the Frostbite. Can the Requiem be brought off? He will send it out, but it's not going to mean much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Jikroy, fully farmed up, Assault Cuirass at the ready, and a BKB online for him. They have managed to push out 2 of these lanes right up to the tier 3s. Varus may find himself a Needle in Nature's Prophet. He does have the Blink Dagger blinking forward and has the Frostbite as well. And with Dream coming in, this is a very dead Sajiri. He's going to end up falling, giving away around 700 gold. Not sure why the Freezing Field was committed there. Meanwhile, towards that mid side, it seems like Interactive Philippines, they want to be taking a fight while the rest of Tech Free Gaming are distracted. The Doom to be thrown out on that Tuskar of all heroes. And meanwhile, Dream is going to go in with that 2-man Dream Coil. Jikroy going to come back online. He did have that Aegis, will be able to clean up 2 of these heroes. It's a dieback on the Nature's Prophet, and Interactive Philippines were not quick enough. Jed on that high ground, but no BKB means no chances of survival. He will end up losing his life, and once again, Tech Free Gaming find themselves on the cusp of team wiping Interactive Philippines if they can get their hands on Yona. He's being chased down here, but he seems to be okay. He doesn't seem to be garnering any attention from Tech Free Gaming, who are more interested in the high ground, to be fair, as Void Spirit will at least be able to creep skip the wave. But I mean, there's a mid wave coming in as well, so it's not going to matter. And so far no one has buyback apart from the Marcy and the Void Spirit. It's not even worth it using a buyback at this stage because your main damage dealer, the Shadow Fiend, is down right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Mid lane of Rax are going to go down too.
Radiant are scanning.
Tech Free Gaming deciding to back off after dealing a very heavy critical blow towards that high ground, taking down 2 racks. Meanwhile, Varus finds the Frostbite and FBZ finds a swap. The rest of Tech Free Gaming are here. It's a 2-man Dream Coil holding the Tusk and the Void Spirit in place. Interactive Philippines are going to lose 2 of their heroes. Tusk in a moment from now. There we go.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Tech Free Gaming are quite simply playing with Interactive Philippines right now. Varus will end up losing his life, but it's come at the cost of Shadow Fiend expending the Requiem there. V is going to end up falling too. The hook hasn't landed, but there is a swap and a Doom. Jed is down and Jed is out, and with no buyback on him, the rest of Interactive Philippines are forced to expend theirs. As Tech Free Gaming, they aim for that throne. Yona Going to Astro Step inside, but instantly going to get dismembered and taken down. Sajari to fall too, and the good game is inevitable at this stage. InterActive Philippines have no hope of keeping this game going. They are going to get team wiped. The Tusk is going to respawn, and the throne is going to fall. Game number 2 also goes in favor of Tech Free Gaming, and they take this series 2-0 against InterActive Philippines. Again, InterActive Philippines had the right idea. They had the perfect laning stage, able to win all 3 lanes, able to disable tech-free gaming, but the weakness of their draft was quite simply the fact that they did not have any HP. They had no frontliner, no one to actually stand and take hits, and the fact that they're very stubborn with the fact that they did not want to be making a BKB. And against, I know that they have, Tech Free Gaming have a few BKB piercing ultimates, the Pudge Dismember, the Doom as well, but they also have non-BKB stuns, right? The Frostbite, the Magic Missile, and not to mention the absurd amounts of magical damage that are coming in from that Freezing Field, from the Crystal Nova, from the Dream Coil, the Waning Rift, so on and so forth. So I hope that InterActive Philippines, who are going to be able to learn from their mistakes, are going to be able to come back stronger for the next best of 3 that they are going to play. We still have about 4 days of group stages left, and then we will have 4 to 5 days of playoffs for EPL World Series Southeast Asia season number 6. Stay tuned, guys, or rather, I mean, you guys can go now. This was the last best of 3 for today. We will be back tomorrow at the same time, which was 11 a.m. SGT, or rather 5 a.m. CEST, and we will be back for some more games of Dota tomorrow. I believe we have 3 best of 3s tomorrow, so it should be a fun one. It should be a great day of Dota. Thank you all for tuning in. This was your host Tultris. Make sure to follow EPL on their Twitter. Make sure to follow me on my Twitter, and I will see you all later.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights turn up. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights turn up. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. But I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights turn up. I know, getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights turn up. But I will guide you home.
inside, trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel. Letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel.
And I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't I'm the prey. But this time I won't collide like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves, far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. Well, you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves, far from
thought I'd feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like this. Feel like I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like